easement.
Dale?
Thanks, Steve. As we talked about at first reading, this is a gift to the county from Adelaide Zabriskie to ensure that the public can continue to use the driveway that reaches from Snowmass Creek Road over to the Windstar property. It does traverse the Zabriskie property, and while we feel that we had access already, some technical questions surfaced regarding the access that had been used by the public since 1996 on that driveway, and Ms. Zabriskie was nice enough to grant this additional easement to remove any doubt about the public's ability to walk or ride their horses or Nordic ski up and down that driveway in and out of the Windstar property.
So Dale, this is on what we thought was the previous existing easement. It's on the same road that traverses the Zabriskie's property from the Snowmass Creek Road to the Windstar property.
Yes.
Okay.
George?
So Dale, this will allow public access to Windstar. The challenge we still have is to find some parking. And as we had a public comment earlier, the one option we had, we were not able to follow through for several different reasons, but it's the intent of not only the Board of County Commissioners, but the Open Space and Trails Board and staff to continue to pursue an opportunity to develop a parking area for access into Windstar.
That's correct. In fact, the old parking lot is still open to the public. And my understanding, talking to representatives of the Hildebrands, is that'll remain open through this fall while RMI is still occupying the old building there. So I would encourage everyone to get out there now and enjoy the property. The Hildebrands have not said that they intend to shut that parking lot down. However, they also have declined our overtures regarding making a permanent place for people there. So my understanding is that they are going to retain a design workshop to do a restoration plan for Windstar. And the last time I spoke with them, they said they may or may not have a parking area included. So there still may be hope for that. But if that doesn't turn out to be viable, we will continue to pursue every option that we can think of to allow people to continue to enjoy that beautiful little valley.
Michael?
So I'm, Dale, did Adelaide Zabriskie permit driving on this easement?
Well, that's the subject of some discussion between John Ely and myself. I was there when the language in the easement was created, and I am pretty confident I know what the intention is, which is to allow driving on that easement unless there's no place to park on the far end of it. In other words, at Windstar, what Adelaide does not want is for her driveway itself to become a parking lot. Now, John has raised a point that you can interpret that language to mean that since there's no present legal right to park on Windstar, that we don't have that right now. And I'm hopeful that we can massage that language to make it clearly state what I know the landowner's intent was at the time. So we've got a bit of lawyering to do to potentially clean that up, but my strong recommendation is to accept the one we have while we continue to look for any ways to improve this and to clarify this nuance regarding when people are allowed to drive on that.
So you're saying that now, on the acceptance of this easement, people can drive, use their vehicles on this easement?
That is my understanding of what the landowner's intention is, that the public is still allowed to park at Windstar, and therefore they may still drive up and down this driveway.
Okay, but if the owners of Windstar say there is no public parking, then would we be allowed to drive on the easement that we're accepting today?
No. If the owners of Windstar say that you can no longer park at Windstar, then the public use on this driveway becomes limited to muscle-powered transportation.
And so you can walk, bicycle, ski, can you horseback ride? You can do those 4 activities.
Right.
So just to follow up on that, because of John Ely, so the language that's currently in this transferable, is it clear to you, or is it, it seems like what I heard from Dale was that he understands what the intent is, but perhaps it's not in legal documented. And my concern is, because we've just gone through an issue that part of the community is following up on the Branham Mallory Trail, where we felt what the intent was from the person who donated that land, but in terms of the legality, it was a different issue. So I guess the question is, would we be safer to clean up the language so it's very clear and not just relying on a belief what the intent is, and then come back?
I think the intent is left for the interpretation of the parties, is often the case. The language, I think, in the grant is clear. What the language states that if there is no ability to park, there's no ability to drive. I wasn't at the meeting that Dale attended, but in talking to Dale, it appears that what the intent might have been by the part of the grantee, Ms. Zabriskie, is that she didn't mind having vehicular traffic on this driveway as long as the vehicles had someplace to go. If there was no place to park, she didn't want to see people driving in and doing a drop-off and then driving back out again. And so any parking would be, or any use would be suspended if there was no parking at the other end. Any vehicular use would be suspended. It's expressed, however, in the grant of easement is that the ability to drive or the ability to use the easement for vehicular access is simply gone if there is no ability to park. In other words, it's not fluid. It wouldn't be suspended and reinstated and be dependent upon the existence of parking at the other end of the easement. So I think that that would be the discussion going forward to firm that up and make sure that that intent is clearly expressed in the easement. However, the document that you have now reads as it reads. I would recommend that we go ahead and accept the easement because, quite frankly, it's better than where we are. And at least it gives us non-vehicular access into Windstar to utilize the trail system that's there, which is something that we just don't have today, or the public doesn't have today. So by accepting this, we have preserved that much of the right of the public to access the trail system in Windstar. And going forward in the future, hopefully we'll refine that easement, and hopefully we'll have another easement for the board to consider and to accept. But at least as of today, we will have this much of a guarantee of access into Windstar.
Okay, thanks.
I think the most important point is that the public know that the easement, the roadway that's there, is not to be used as a parking lot. No parking on the shoulders, no parking on the side. So I think that's really critical for preservation of this so kind of gift that we got from Mrs. Zabriskie.
Dale, what uses are allowed on the trails in Windstar once people are in there? I'm wondering especially about bicycling, whether or not bicycling is actually allowed.
You got me on that one. The structure is determined by two different documents, and one of them is the Windstar Conservation Easement, that allows people to go pretty much anywhere outside of the building envelope in bicycles or any other muscle-powered recreation. The easement refers to a management plan that can narrow those things down somewhat, and I need to double check what's in that management plan to give you a confident answer to that. The customary use at WinStar has been hiking and equestrian use. It hasn't been known as a bicycling location. Frankly, the trails there aren't really mountain biking trails. They're fun to ride a horse on and they're fun to walk around on. But if you'd allow me to, I'll double check that because I don't want to put out the wrong information on.
Okay. Well, when I was looking in the public access easement we're looking at right now, it doesn't mention bicycles at all. It mentions specifically vehicles, hiking, horseback riding, and Nordic skiing. And vehicles, it doesn't specify motor vehicles, and I don't know whether you would classify a bicycle as a vehicle or not, and, you know, if we're nitpicking on the legal interpretation of the words. So I think that would be important to find that out.
Right. As we were sitting at the negotiating table drafting this easement, where Adelaide started out was to say she didn't want bicycles. And I argued, well, look, they may be allowed at WinStar depending on the management plan, so let's not put an explicit prohibition in the easement. And that's how we got to the language that you're looking at. But again, it's just not a place that we're wanting to encourage bicycles to go because the roads and trails in WinStar are fairly smooth. They're not exciting. It's no place I would want to direct mountain bikers to go, and we've got a lot of other great mountain biking in our 70-mile trail system with the open space. I'd say Sky Mountain Park is where the mountain bikes should go, and maybe WinStar for a nice quiet hike or a horseback ride. So,
George?
Yeah, but Dale, I do know the people that live in and around that neighborhood have historically biked around that just for a quick loop and exercise.
okay. So, here again, the intention of the Zabriskie easement was to not exclude bicycles. And I just need to double check on what the current status of the management plan is because I'm drawing a blank on that particular question in the management plan.
If we are approaching Mrs. Zabriskie and her attorney on changing the wording with regards to the motor vehicles, it might be an opportunity to
Clarify that.
clarify the language on bicycles or non-motorized vehicles.
Certainly. And for everyone, what we're all looking at is paragraph 3A of the easement that's attached to the ordinance. And it addresses both these questions about bicycles and vehicles.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to speak?
Hello, I am Leslie Thomas from Warren Fork Valley Horse Council, and I had ridden on this piece a long time ago, and I've been not for many years. And this summer I had some ladies who were visiting me, and so we started riding on it. And one of them rented a house, and she had a lot of her friends come out over the summer and ride. And I was just shockingly, pleasantly surprised at how wonderful it is. You know, it's just so wonderful. And the ladies, I was thinking that to myself, and the ladies were just blown away with the idea that this was John Denver's WinStar and the history behind it, and how awesome was it that the county had this. And you know, one lady's now intending to buy a home here where she can have her horses in Pickens County. And this is just a real gem, and I realize that you all are doing everything you can, and I just want to support however you can get there. We want to help. You know, it is just, would really be a shame to lose this, you know. It's a magical place. you know, just walking around out there on your horses. We went in a rainstorm. It didn't, you know, it was just really wonderful. It's quiet, it's peaceful. You know, you can see in the distance or past some tracks of some other people, but it's just pretty quiet, serene.
Thanks.
Thank you, Leslie.
Excuse me, am I understanding?
Could
about
you
the
state your name again for the record?
I'm sorry, I'm
so-
Jennifer Moore.
Okay, thank you.
Dale, am I understanding that, at least maybe through next spring, let's just say, if people needed, I mean, not everybody lives local and can get up there hiking or even on horseback, that we could drive in to drop someone else off, so I could take some of my friends up who also don't walk very well. I could drop them off by that big tree there where the road forks to go up the trailhead. Drop them off and then come back out again. Is that going to be possible on the driveway?
I'm gonna have to say I'm not sure, and the reason I'm not sure is because I don't know what the Hildebrands will decide to do once RMI has vacated the premises. The specific language in the easement, just that we've talked about, I'll just quote it, that if and at such time as public parking shall no longer be provided for on the WinStar property in the area immediately south of the south terminus of the access easement, the right of access by vehicle shall terminate and no longer be permitted. So, what that means to me is if the owners of WinStar continue to allow the parking, then you're fine. Drive in there by the willow tree and come out. But if a sign goes up saying no public parking, then unfortunately it's going to have the effect of pushing the vehicles clear out to Snowmont Creek Road.
Okay, and is there any chance, just in the negotiations, that whole parking lot is lovely, but would they even give us 2 or 3 spots right down there by the tree? That would even help.
What I can say is the question has been posed to
Okay.
the landowners. The landowners are finding their way along. They've just acquired the property, and I'm crossing my fingers.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for the effort.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you
Thanks,
very much.
Jennifer. And we are still pursuing parking things, obviously. You can rest assured of that. There are several different proposed solutions out there. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment at this time? Okay, I see none. I'm going to leave the public hearing open for the further items on the agenda and bring it back to the board. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and thank you both for your comments. And you've put it simply and quite clearly, Steve, that our intention is to continue to work on this problem, and that we're committed to maintaining the public access or creating new public access as necessary to enjoy the benefits of the original conservation easement. And I guess I'm framing it to the board and to ourselves is that we either move forward with this today, a bird in hand, and then can come back if there's agreement on future language to modify it, but we will have accepted and had at least this easement in hand. Or we could table this and see if that language could be modified over the next 2 weeks and would be acceptable to them or not. And so that's how I see our choices here at the table. I guess I'm interested in just moving forward and seeing what we can do after the fact.
Yeah, I think we need to move it forward. As Dale said, if we don't for the next 2 weeks, we technically have no access. And we have this fall season coming up, which is a beautiful time to enjoy that parcel as it is to enjoy this valley. And I don't want to interfere with that, so I agree with moving it forward today and then working on the language while we diligently also work on finding parking solution.
So I would move to approve the ordinance accepting the WinStar public access easement.
I will second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the ordinance. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, ladies.
Thanks again.
Would you keep in touch with me on what's going on with that?
Sure.
Did you know what you asked me?
It's Bill.
Will.
I'm gonna send, I don't have one on me, but I'm gonna send you an email, and you can ask me when you wanna go out there.
Perfect, thank you.
John, do you want to see my comments?
Okay, next on
It's
our
just
agenda
language.
is a resolution
Options.
approving the
Options.
2015 Aspen Kitchen
Just the one
County
about the-
Airport Layout Plan Final Report. And authorizing submission of the document to the FAA for review and conditional approval.
That is, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Kinney, I'm the airport director here in Aspen, Colorado. We have a presentation for you here today in regards to the environmental assessment, the acceptance of the ALP by the Board of County Commissioners to move forward to the FAA for their approval. There's a variety of background information that we want to provide to you in regards to the context of this effort to date that we'll also be going into. So what we're going to talk to you about today is why we're here today, review of the historical efforts leading to the environmental assessment, project priorities and overview, the FAA directives that we've received from them in regards to the environmental assessment, as well as the airport master plan, as well as the air service study concerning safety. We'll also then have a presentation with Principal of J Aviation, our engineering consultant, on the air service development study, and we'll also have a presentation by our planning consultant, Rick Dunkelberg of Mead and Hunt, in regards to the environmental assessment. And then we'll conclude it with next steps. So in terms of why are we here today, we're here to review the ALP, which is an acronym for Airport Layout Plan, and that is for version 8A by the Board of County Commissioners to move on to the FAA for their approval as well. Option 8A, to put that into context, during the study of the airport layout plan, there was 18 options studied. 8A was the one that the Board of County Commissioners approved for us to put together, assemble a package on the ALP. As you can see, there's a voluminous ringed binder here that goes into a variety of drawings, aircraft forecast, improvement plans, financial analysis that is consistent with the FAA desires from us. And that's about a 300-page document. We also have a 35-page document over here, 2 feet by 4 feet, that is the graphical depiction. And this inset inside the slide here is one of those graphical depictions. It just basically shows what improvements are being contemplated over the next 20 years, which the lifespan is of that particular sheet. So that's what an ALP is. It's basically your conceptual space reservation for developments going forward. What an ALP is not, though, it is not the final decision point. So even though you approve the ALP today in the context of 8A going forward to the Federal Aviation Administration, that's simply going to put on record an ALP different than what you have today. What we have today, it just shows the east side, does not show the runway, does not show the west side developments. This ALP shows the east side developments, the runway, and the west side developments. It also makes you immediately eligible for the environmental assessment grant funds from the FAA to do the environmental assessment associated with the runway. At no point in time is your approval today locking you into approval or commitments for any of these developments. There are numerous touch points in the coming months, in the next year, and almost the next 2 years for you at any point in time to say you want to proceed forward with these developments, you only want to proceed with partial developments, you want to proceed with all of them, or anything in between. It'll come back to this board on several occasions for your approval. So today is simply moving an updated ALP to the FAA that shows east side developments, runway, west side developments, makes it eligible for an environmental assessment grant that's waiting in the wings from the Federal Aviation Administration. So back on December 16th, the board authorized us to put together this packet to submit it to the FAA. Since then, a few changes have taken place. One of those changes was the FAA funding. And it is not as predictable as it is at larger airports where you can have letter of intents. They do not give those in writing to smaller airports such as ourselves. So our funding mechanisms is our operating revenues, our passenger facility charge, which is basically a head tax for every passenger that goes through the airport, as well as our entitlement grants. And by its very nature, we're entitled to those grants on an annual basis. And that's also tied to the number of enplanements. And then the big pot is the discretionary money. And that's the money that is somewhat hard to nail down in terms of how much are you going to get. So you go through these planning processes, such as an ALP, such as a master plan, such as an environmental process, and it shows that you are committed to going through that process, you're identifying the issues, you're mitigating the issues, and the FAA has ownership in each one of the steps of those planning documents. That helps them determine how much money is being needed out there. How our funding, FAA funding, started to change, if you look at what was included in the 2012 master plan and your existing ALP, it did not include the runway. That's nearly a $70 million shift in the past few years. That is happening at airports across the country who we compete with for federal funds. It's also happening on a regional basis. Some projects are falling out, some projects are being introduced. So it's a very dynamic, very fluid, the FAA funding that comes into play. If you look at us assuming $4 to $6 million a year, that $70 million project is pushing close to a 10 to 15 year window. So it is very fluid, very dynamic, but as long as you're engaging the FAA in these very structured planning processes, you're going to make your funding from the FAA as predictable as you can. And that is the process that we have been going through, that you have been going through for several years now. So based on this funding refocus from the FAA of coming back to us, we really changed the project priorities. We changed them for safety driven. We really took a look at the runway, the terminal, and the second FBO, or West Side developments, if you would, that would also include a taxiway on the west side. The runway is just recently reconstructed, so that really the FAA would like to get about 6 more years of useful life out of that. So the terminal became number 1, the runway became number 2, and the West Side developments became number 3. But it was really driven by the safety, the full compliance with design standards of the FAA, which they are demanding, as well as preservation of air service. And that's what really is driving the project priorities that have changed a little bit that we'll get into. In terms of project timing, that has changed also based on some additional dollars. And we'll get more detailed into that. But I'm going to turn it over now to John Peacock, our county manager, to talk about the historical review and kind of how we got to where we are today.
Thanks, John. John Peacock, County Manager. This is really a discussion that started in 2011 with this board and the airport. And back in 2011, the county embarked on updating its airport master plan and airport layout plan, which we have in front of you today. That is a process that under FAA guidelines we undertake every 5 to 7 years, and it's important to understand what that process is and what that process isn't. And John already alluded to that, but really what the airport layout plan is it's a space reservation study. It really reserves space for future, it identifies future intended uses on airport land and reserves space for those uses. It is not approval of those projects, it's not design of those projects, but it's a space reservation. And that space reservation includes an estimate of what the financial impacts would be, and the FAA gets an opportunity to look at what we are thinking as a community and what the airport is thinking to make sure that those plans are consistent with their rules, with their guidelines, and with their priorities, because they fund so much of these projects and are also responsible for ensuring consistency and safety within the national system. And so these airport layout plans are really the initial planning phase for the airport sponsor, being this board, and the FAA, to ensure that the future intended uses are feasible and that they're consistent with what the FAA is required to do. And so We update these plans pretty consistently every 5 to 7 years. We started the update to our master plan in 2011. And we went through a very, very rigorous public process that included it's close to 71 public meetings by the time all was said and done. And we developed a new airport layout plan. And that airport layout plan, which we brought to the board in November of 2012 for approval to submit to the FAA, included improvements on the east side, which JD is going to be able to go over with you in his portion, but is basically new terminal relocation of the fixed-based operator, a berm to shield impacts to our neighboring community in the North 40. That master plan did not touch the runway, but it did include west side development, including a west side taxiway and space reservation for a fixed-based operator. We had worked pretty closely with the FAA throughout that process as well as the community, and so we were surprised. This was one of the turns this discussion's taken that brought us to today. We were surprised when we received only a partial approval of that airport layout plan and that master plan. And specifically, what was at issue was the development on the west side. The west side taxiway and the west side fixed-based operator. And within context, the Pickens County Aspen Airport has never fully met FAA standards. We have incrementally moved in that direction, and that's another point that JD will make when he's in front of you. But specifically, we operate under what's called a modification to standards. For our particular category of airport, the FAA requires a separation of 400 feet between the center line of a taxiway and the center line of a runway. Our separation right now is at 320 feet. And so in the past, the FAA has been willing to grant what they call modification to standards. And in this case, they said, look, you don't meet our full design standards, so we want to have you agree to limit the size of aircraft that can operate at your airport. And at that time, the agreement was that we would not allow aircraft with a wingspan over 95 feet to operate at our airport. We went into this 2011 master planning process with the assumption, and along with discussions with our FAA representatives, that wingspan restriction, that modification to standard, would be applicable on the west side. What we heard, and you're going to hear this again and again throughout the presentation, is that the FAA is no longer granting those modification to standards, that airports need to meet the safety standards for the design category airport that they are. And in our case, what that meant, what that comment meant, was one of two things. One, we either needed to be willing to reduce our wingspan to 79 foot to design category 2 airport standard, or we needed to look at what were the opportunities to make changes to our airport layout plan and master plan to accommodate the FAA's requirements. And at that time, we were also becoming aware of the potential for changing aircraft technology, and so we decided to take a step back. We did not resubmit the ALP. We haven't done anything with the airport layout plan and such really formally until today, because we took a step back and we conducted future air services study. And JD is really going to go into details of that study. But that study really took a look at what are the technologies that are changing in aircraft that are likely to serve our airport in the future, particularly commercial aircraft, and what are the wingspans that we can anticipate there. Based on the outcomes of that phase 1 study, we went to a phase 2 study to really look at what changes could we make to the proposed master plan that we completed back in 2012 in order to accommodate both the FAA's concerns, maintain our current level of commercial service, and identify the capital improvements that would be necessary in order to do that. Phase 3 then is where we are today, which is really amending the airport layout plan to be consistent with the direction we received from the board at the end of phase 2, which was December 16th, for a new airport layout plan. We did receive conditional approval from the FAA, however, on all the improvements on the east side of the airport. I went backwards, Michael. I took those in a little bit different order based on our discussion yesterday. We did receive approval, conditional approval from the FAA for the improvements that you're going to see on the east side. And based on that conditional approval and the availability of FAA funding, and a separate purpose and need, we did launch an environmental assessment process to evaluate the east side improvements, being the terminal, the fixed-based operator, and the berming that was proposed, as well as parking. In essence, what we're going to be talking to you about today, as John has already indicated, is that because of the discussions we've had to get to this point today for the updated airport layout plan with the FAA, and particularly our discussions about the availability and timing of funding for these projects, we've had to reprioritize and rethink what projects are feasible going forward. And so that will impact our environmental assessment scope. And so we're going to be talking to you really about two things today. One is getting approval for the new airport layout plan, and then two, giving an indication of how that will affect the scope of our environmental assessment processes going forward. So step back before we go, before I turn it over to JD to go into the background on the airport, the air services study and airport layout plan. What we are here to do today is approve a new airport layout plan. This new airport layout plan has not changed. The physical layout plan has not changed from what the board directed staff to pursue on December 16th. What has changed is because of discussions that we've had with the FAA in preparation of all of these background documents, is our assumptions about the feasibility of the projects within the timelines that we had originally anticipated. And that's because funding from the FAA, the timing and amounts of funding has changed for various reasons. And so we had to reprioritize which projects could come first within that time frame and which would be outside our foreseeable implementation schedule. And so what that has meant is we're looking at the east side, we're looking at the runway, but right now the west side improvements have fallen off of what we see in the foreseeable future for FAA funding. And so I'm going to turn it over to JD to talk a little bit about the background of the air services study, how we came to the recommendations that we have in front of you today.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. I think you did a nice job framing the conversation. Before I start out into talking about the air service study, I really want to pause for a minute and make sure that this governing body and this board understands when we put an ALP in front of you, when it goes in front of you for review to be submitted to the FAA, that is the FAA's opportunity to look at the plan, make sure it meets their safety standards, have it checked by airspace and air traffic experts within the FAA. It is no commitment to build anything that's on that plan. And when they come back, if they approve it, they'll say it is conditionally approved based on meeting all federal environmental standards and regulations. Then, when that approval comes, they can start issuing grants. And this body can choose to accept those grants or not for any development projects that's proposed on there. So there are multiple checkpoints in this federal process for this body to move forward and choose to go with projects or to not. So I just want to make sure that that's a clear understanding that nothing has to be built that's shown on this plan. It's just the process that can start this body moving forward on those projects if they choose.
Steve, can I ask just a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
So does that mean too that the environmental assessment process is dependent upon this conditional improvement and funding? So we can't even start the environmental assessment process until FAA has evaluated, reviewed, and hopefully given conditional approval?
That's a very good question. And I'll answer it this way. By the letter of the law, yes. It has to be approved by the FAA, then they can start issuing grants for environmental process. In this particular case, because we've had so much dialogue with the FAA, if this board chooses to go forward and submit this, the FAA, because it's been coordinated with them at such great degree, they may be willing to write a grant, and I would think that they would be willing to write a grant
To
based
start
on
the environmental assessment process?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I need to follow up on that as well, if that's okay. Now, JD, is that because the plan as submitted now would not require the modification of standards, although it has components that would be very expensive and we and the FAA cannot afford at this time once we go to that level, once we take that next step. But this plan as being submitted does not show those modifications of standard.
That's correct.
Okay, and it also is consistent in that we're showing them, here's a plan, does not require modification of standards, and understanding funding realities, we're only asking for the money to scope this immediate next 10-year set of improvements. And we're not asking you to pay for and scope something we may not be able to afford for 15 or 20 or 25 years.
That's exactly right.
Thank
And
you.
the FAA likes to think, if I can break that financial conversation down a little more,
Yeah.
the FAA likes to think in 5-year blocks. So they do 5-year CIP, capital improvement plan, financial plans for every airport that's in the national system. And then they have long-range planning beyond that. So airports that have significant capital projects like this one, it requires long-range planning because you're beyond that 5-year window.
Thank you. But we would not, maybe we should ask this in the inverse. If we were submitting a plan to them that depended on them giving us modifications of standards on runway width and separation from taxis, which we already did, and they did not approve it, we would not be able to get any grants to start
That's correct.
the east side improvements, which are more primary right now.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I will note that while the plan it's not a perfect plan in that there is the bump out around the ALC, so there is a short modification for that segment of taxiway. The FAA looks at it and they'll make a decision on whether they can accept that or not.
And so they will accept some potential modifications of standards, but they would like you to make as few deviations as possible with the site that you have in hand, with your airport lands available.
That's exactly correct, yes.
And that particular modification to standard can be corrected at a future date when monies become available and the AOC, the Airport Operations Center, is moved back.
Okay,
That modification is standard within Vaporize.
okay. Thank you so much for those clarifications.
Okay, so since John framed the issue so nicely, I'm not going to belabor a lot of the points that were on this slide, but the essence of the 2012 master plan is that the FAA did not approve the West Side Taxiway, shown at 320 feet. And they said that we would like that to meet standard. So that's a very interesting question. If you say, we don't agree at 320, but we would consider 400 feet, all of a sudden now the runway's in the wrong spot. So it forced a much bigger conversation, which was addressed in the air service study. So as an example, George Newman brought this question up yesterday. If we were to build Taxiway Bravo on the west side at 400 feet, we would still be confined by the 320-foot separation on the east side of that runway. So it doesn't solve our problem. Does that new piece of pavement meet standards? Yes. But the runway configuration and the taxiway configuration on the east side does not, which is now the controlling point on the airfield. So looking at that, that unapproved standard, what it forced was we couldn't move forward with any west side evaluation for a second FBO. It forced us into the conversation that the community picked up on for the air services study. And before we dive into that, let's just recap and say, well, what did the master plan look like for 2012? Well, this is a diagram of it right here on your screen. It did show the terminal building on the east side. It did show expanded aircraft parking out here. It had roadway circulation and parking elements between the terminal building and Highway 82. It had slightly expanded general aviation aircraft parking here at the GA apron. It had a relocated FBO facility from its current location here south of that apron to the northern portion of the apron. It had a potential hangar in this location, ground services equipment building here, and then some future small GA patio shelter type structure expansion, and then additional aircraft parking here. All of this was approved in the 2012 master plan that John Peacock referenced. This section here of Taxiway Bravo on the west side had that separation of 320 feet. That separation distance was not approved, but it also had an FBO over here on the west side, which was, I mean, conceptually it is approved, having a second FBO. It's just the separation was not met. Which launched us into the future air service study, and that's a conversation that's been going on for about 2 years now. And it was based on the fact that Pitkin County has a 95-foot wingspan limitation, and there's been a lot of conversations around, well, what does that mean to the future of the airport? If we're limited but to 95 feet, what happens to our commercial service? And in our work session yesterday, we talked about what that future of commercial service looks like, and I used the term, I said that over time the commercial service would evaporate. And I should add, it would evaporate as you know it today. I would say that the community would still experience commuter service to and from Denver on small turboprop aircraft. The Q400 right now operates into and out of this airport as commuter service from DIA. That aircraft is still being manufactured. There's not a lot of them out there. The service, the passengers who use that aircraft, it's not jet service, it's turboprop service. It's a slower aircraft, but I would expect to see that service continue into the community from DIA. The service that you get to LA, and I would say the range of that aircraft is about several hundred miles. That's it, so you can really get to Denver. The markets that you're served by now, the Chicago market, LA, all of those markets would have to commute through Denver, and you would not have that direct service. and I would not foresee jet service. Because what we're going to talk about today is the changing technology in regional jets. So I just classified commuter service, which is turboprops. Then we're talking about regional jet service, which is the aircraft that we're going to discuss today. So continuing on, the study was really directed to answer 5 questions. What's the changing technology of future commercial aircraft serving Aspen? What can the airport do to sustain commercial service? If we did sustain commercial service, what would those operations look like? How would the airfield be reconfigured to accommodate that and meet federal standards of safety? What are the impacts and benefits to the airport and the community? And then what's in the future best interest and future health of the community? And that's been largely debated in this community. So going into some of the findings, phase 1 of the report started in August of 2013, and presentations on these findings were made to this board in November 19th of 2013. Those presentations were supported by Bombardier, who is the manufacturer of the CRJ700, which it's the regional commercial aircraft that provides 95% of your service. And some of the key points is that the 50-seat RJ is not, that aircraft is not sustainable in the market because it's not efficient enough. It doesn't move enough passengers with the amount of fuel and the maintenance cost to have it be sustainable. So it's the first to come into retirement. And as the 50-seat RJ retires, it puts more pressure on the 70-seat, which is more commercially viable as an aircraft. That there were deliveries of that CRJ700 for a period of 10 years from 2001 to 2011. And the last delivery of the CRJ700 was made in 2011 to a U.S. carrier. The estimated lifespan of those aircraft are 15 to 17 years, which puts retirements beginning in 2018, and then completing retirements around the year of 2025. And the retirement of those aircraft is largely dependent on the airlines and how much money they want to put in to maintain the aircraft to meet federal standards. And that's an airline-to-airline decision in how they do that. The future regional jets that will be replacing the CRJ and the Embraer and other aircraft that serve regional markets will be coming online 2014 to, well, we said 2014 when this presentation came out. They're looking at actually 2016 now to 2020. So everything slid a couple years in that point in time. And we learned that those aircraft are much more environmentally friendly. They're becoming more powerful. They become quieter. They're safer. It is the next generation of regional aircraft that will be successful.
Lower emissions and
lower emissions, less noise, lower emissions, less fuel burn, and the fuel burn has been estimated at around 20% less. And all of those aircraft exceed 95 feet of wingspan that the airport is currently locked down by. So diving in a little deeper into the aircraft that are currently considered regional commercial aircraft, we have the CRJ700 and the Q400, which are at the top of the slide. Those are the 2 aircraft that can currently operate in and out of this airport. The remaining aircraft, then the CRJ900 does not have the performance, the 1000 do not have the performance, and then the E-Series is Embraer's comparable aircraft for regional fleet. They do not have the performance capability to operate in and out of the airport. And that performance capability, as was John Kinney pointed out yesterday, it's all based on one engine inoperative in a missed approach, and you actually have to fly the valley and clear the terrain. That's the criteria to have performance capability in and out of the airport. Right now, the RJ700 and the Q400 have the performance to do that, the others do not. The future regional aircraft, the E series, it's called the E2. It is a re-engined Embraer, to the point of talking about power and thrust ratios. It's a re-engined aircraft. The E170 and the E175 and the E190 E2 series, both right now, based on preliminary conversations with Embraer, have the performance. MRJ, I think John's had some recent conversations with Mitsubishi on that, but as of the findings of this study, we did not have that data. It was not available. He mentioned yesterday the first flight is set to take place for that Mitsubishi aircraft next month. And then the CS series is Bombardier's replacement aircraft for their CRJ fleet. The CS-100 and the 300. The CS-100 has been in testing for a couple of years, and it is scheduled to come online in 2016. The other aircraft are 2018, 19, and 20.
Can I just do a point of clarification? When
Yes.
you say air testing, it's not here, it's just in general.
It's in
first
general.
air testing. They're not going to bring that plane in here and fly it their first test flight.
No.
Just want the public to know that.
No, well, first of all, they couldn't fly it in here if they wanted to, but no, they flew it. They flew the CS into Gunnison this summer.
That's what we heard, yes, we heard that.
Yes.
Let me ask, what is the range of these planes and what is the passenger capacity?
Okay, great question. I'm going to start with the MRJ 70 and 90. Those are approximately, I think it's 73 and 93 passengers, those two versions. The CS 100 can be configured in a couple different cabin classes. The 100 I think is about 110 seats. The CS 300 is about 130 to 140. Don't quote me on those numbers, but that gives you an approximate size. When you start putting a first class cabin in, you lose seats. And I would expect that aircraft coming into this market would probably have a first class configuration. And then the E175, 190, and 195 range, I'm going to say about 75 to 100 passengers for those three aircraft.
And what's the range?
Great question. I know when Bombardier came out, they said the range on the CS 100 could be the East Coast, fully loaded.
So New York to Aspen.
Yes. And those findings are in the Phase 1 report. They have maps that show the range for their aircraft. They looked at it in the summer and the winter. Obviously more restrictions in the summer heat than in the winter, but that is in all of the Phase 1 study findings that are on the website aspenplanning.com.
Rachel?
Yeah, just as a follow-up to Michael's question, and what are the approximate seat numbers for the current CJs that are serving 95% of our?
Okay, the CRJ 700 I believe is a 76 passenger aircraft. The Q400 I think is
68.
Is it 68, 70? 70, very similar.
Okay.
And Steve, and just to clarify the weight issues, we currently have 100,000 landed weight capacity, right?
Yes.
On the current runway. So we are looking at bringing that up by noticing the weight limitation, or the weight, landed weight numbers up here. So if we were to move forward with the plan to redo the existing runway, we'd also be addressing that.
That is correct, yes.
And that gives us that level 3,
Yes,
or airport classification?
that's correct. The Group 3 standard would be any aircraft up to 118 feet. And you can see the CS series is at the 115. The E190 is at 110.
Great, thank you.
And then in terms of orders, just to give you a flavor for what the orders have been for these aircraft, they range anywhere from about 220 to 325. They all have orders, and they're all at various different points, and some of them even have options. If that makes sense. So once we determined that the fleet was changing, when and by how much and what size, we then took to task in Phase 2 And the phase 2 study started in January of 2014 and it concluded in June of 2014. This was the collaborative part with the FAA where they sat in a room with us on 3 different occasions, once in February, once in April, and once in May. And we vetted the 18 options that John identified earlier. There was 13 alternatives and of those alternatives there were 5 variants, so there were really 18 different options. There was a narrowing process that was associated with it, and the alternative that held the most promise, considering the FAA's safety standards and meeting Group 3 criteria, was this alternative 8A. And in that analysis, the preliminary airspace and approach and departure analysis that was done, it was determined that shifting the runway 80 feet to the west was a feasible shift. And that was the question coming into the whole study, is can we move the runway and still clear all the terrain with the airspace and the performance requirements that we need to? So preliminary indications that from this study is that the answer is yes. The FAA did some internal work on their side and they came up with a similar answer to that. And from that 80-foot shift, it allowed us to meet 400 feet of separation standard to get to the Group 3 criteria that we've talked about, that the modifications would be greatly reduced and rescinded to meet full standards of safety. The wingspan restriction would be lifted from 95 feet and it would be at a full 118 Group 3. And what that does for the FAA is they manage airports in terms of class. If you're a Group 3 airport, they're not looking at managing airports from aircraft type to aircraft type. And they say, well, this is the aircraft that serves us today. And when that changes, we then go make changes to that airport. They want to manage it in terms of groups of aircraft. Or I'm sorry, in groups of airport. And this airport is designated as a Group 3 and it is modified.
So that shift is 80 feet of center line.
It is 80 feet of center line. That's correct. And then this alternative 8A does afford space for a second FBO on the west side.
Steve, I'm just going to kind of go back, sorry, just a little bit when we're talking about fleet types of aircraft. You know, over the years, the concern for the community is bringing in big planes, like 737 type planes. We talked about this yesterday. I want to make sure we clarify it again today. That there is the possibility, the capacity on the runway for 737. The problem is, or the concern would be, the performance capability, which would be determined, like you said, with the one engine trying to get in and out of this terrain. I just want that to be clear to the public, that this is not a given, that bigger planes can come, we're talking big planes, can land because of our natural topography. And we cannot move Shell Bluff or Lower Independence Pass.
That is correct. Okay. And let me add a couple more words onto that statement, which is an accurate statement. The FAA does not preclude who can come in and come out from a commercial basis or from a general aviation. They say if you meet the performance and safety requirements coming in, you meet the wingspan limitations, you meet weight limitations, anybody who wants to come into and operate at the airport can.
Correct.
Okay, shifting on to alternative 8A, let's review what that alternative looks like again. It has the runway shifting, to Michael Owsley's point. The center line shifts 80 feet to the west, and the runway is widened to be 150 feet wide. So we will have increased separation and we'll have a better landing surface with a 150-foot wide runway rather than a 100-foot wide runway. If and when West Side Taxiway were to be built, this plan could accommodate 400 feet of separation. With the small parcel we talked about with Burlingame, I believe it's about 5 acres that's currently open space. That would be a vote of the public. That would have to take place to accommodate that. It does provide for a second FBO on the west side. this plan has no impacts to anything that was planned on the entire east side of the airport that we reviewed earlier, that was approved by this body in 2012. So that all remains the same. It does have, because that operations center was built in 2007, it is a new facility. It's an excellent facility for the community and the airport. That would remain in place. There would be, the taxiway would be routed around that facility at 320 feet. When that facility was designed and built, it was placed in that location because of the 320-foot separation. So this would be a modification to that, and this would have to be approved and accepted by the FAA if that taxiway were to be built. And it does allow for, that's an inset of the Airport Operations Center in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. What it shows is that that facility can still operate and function, that there is 25 feet of usable space in front of that facility to open doors, to move vehicular traffic without being in the object-free area for taxiing aircraft on that taxiway. And then if taxiway Bravo were to be built on the west side, it would require a relocation of Owl Creek Road, about 2,500 feet. There is several hundred feet of retaining wall that would be required with the shift of Owl Creek Road. And those retaining walls at the highest point would be about 20 feet tapering down to 0, and the wall distance was, as I recall, about 300 feet of wall. And that wall would be centered on what we call as this pinch point. It's the closest point that the terrain encroaches on Owl Creek Road and is closest to that taxiway. So that's the point that has been shown in previous presentations to this board. So upon conclusion of alternate 8A and the analysis of that, we took alternate 8A, and actually the second most preferred option was alternate 12A, which had 400 feet of separation on the east side and only 320 on the west, which we already know the FAA didn't like that 320 feet. Ironically, those were the two best options out of all 18 that were considered. We took those out to the public. We had press releases. There was an informational video produced, display ads. There were some radio spots, website updates. There was a whole host of coffee chats and community presentations, and 2 community open houses held. And from that, we found that the the community really supported the FAA's safety standards. They said, we recognize safety, we want a safe airport, we want commercial service. They actually, during this process, they were able to understand more what the safety standards were. We had boards identifying all the criteria that the airport has for safety standards. That was communicated to the community. And there was concerns over the cost. I mean, it's a very, as will be discussed, this is a massive project. The biggest undertaking the community has probably done in a long time. I think that point was made yesterday by Michael. So there were some concerns around cost. And then on environmental, they had concerns over the environmental impacts, and those would be vetted through the EA process.
George has a question. George?
So we spent a lot of time talking about commercial aircraft and the limitations that we don't move ahead in terms of maintaining our grade 3 classification. When we look at private aircraft that's currently coming in, and perhaps the new trend of privates, or what's
happening there?
What's happening with the privates, and where's that industry going, and how quickly?
Yeah, there are 2 aircraft manufacturers right now that are pursuing, they're called VLJs, very large jets. Ironically.
What a great acronym.
these aircraft are being manufactured by there are two companies that are manufacturing. Gulfstream is already manufacturing, producing an aircraft by the name of a G650. It has a wingspan of 99 feet 6 inches, so it exceeds the wingspan limitation. It does have winglets on it. It is designed to go from, I'll say, Aspen to Paris. It's that type of range of aircraft. It's, I think, 7,000 nautical miles. It can carry, I think, 12 to 17 passengers, depending upon how it's configured. Crew quarters. I mean, it's a big airplane for commercial.
For a non-commercial.
I'm sorry, thank you, for general aviation. It supersedes, or it is the flagship now, or the top of the line for Gulfstream, which their previous aircraft to that is the Gulfstream 550. This is now the 650 model. The 550 does operate in and out of this airport all the time. It's a heavy user. So the G650 currently cannot operate. Bombardier is producing a companion aircraft to that. They have to have one as well, and it's a Global Express. There's a 7,000 and an 8,000 series, and it's essentially the same type of aircraft as the 650. The 650 is currently being manufactured. I believe my last count was there was 60 deliveries of it. There's over 200 orders. Bombardier has not delivered any of their aircraft yet. They're still a couple of years away from delivering theirs.
So would you make an assumption that given our clientele that comes to the Aspen-Snowmass area and the second homeowners, that they may be looking to upgrade to a VLJ because they're residing in VLHs?
I think that would depend on their personal finances, but I wouldn't venture that that's far off.
Last we heard, George, from Gulfstream was 33 orders for folks who have some type of residency component here in Aspen.
So for an FBO, it's incumbent for them to also be supporting this plan as they're looking towards their future.
That's correct. Yes.
Good point, George.
Rachel?
Yeah, I appreciate that question and that comment. I wanted to ask maybe a broader question as well about the airline's general business model, which has shifted so much in past years. I recall when DIA was built, we started to have the Fortress Hub concept, and that was a united hub, and everyone else was off on the A or C terminals and a little bit second class there. And everything was routed through a Denver to a commuter flight and with the commercial airlines. And then we saw the development and the kind of introduction of the regional jet with the earlier CRJs. And is that where the model of airline industry is still evolving to? More direct regional flights as opposed to the large big body planes coming into a DIA or Chicago and then putting people off onto littler commuter planes? Where does the industry kind of go?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Because that's...
I see it more point-to-point destinations you were talking about, especially those niche markets, obviously being a resort airport. We've got about 8 competitors out there, and you're seeing more of the point-to-point operations. So some of the airlines that have been speaking to us recently, they'd like to start seeing service coming from Seattle, from that geographic area of the nation, as well as San Diego, trying to tap into some of the Australian market, as well as trying to tap into British Air, the European folks who are coming into San Diego, so that they can create that point-to-point. Once those folks come into those super hubs or mega hubs, you're seeing that model very much emerge the last few years.
I recall that was one of the points with American Airline when they came in, that was a lot of connection for South and Central American tourists to come to our community.
To tie into Houston and to LA, and correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as was discussed earlier, things have changed. When you look at the combination of what was the 2012 master plan, and then when you add the complexities of the air service study and how much cost that added by shifting of the runway, even though there was a taxiway originally planned in the 2012 master plan, shifting it out farther has an increased cost, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But there's been a reshifting of priorities, and just to restate those, the terminal building is beyond its useful life. That facility is being supported in a day-to-day type of fashion, in that the hold room is at capacity at times. Queuing is an issue. There's ADA compliance challenges with it. The HVAC system is continually challenging the airport with keeping it maintained. And so that's why that project has been in front of this board for a decade. That's priority number one. The second, tied to that, is we have to have parking for aircraft and autos as a second priority. Beyond that, it's how do we protect commercial service? And we think we know we have a window of time of at least 10 years. Maybe it's 12, but somewhere in there. And to build a runway, it takes 10 years of planning. Beyond that is what would be parking requirements for the potential transit center, some type of subsurface parking if the airport were to become that multimodal transit center. That's been discussed with the board. No formal decisions on that. Then the priorities are tied to a west side taxiway and a second FBO, and then relocating the existing FBO facility on the east side. That was the current ranking of priorities. So to take you through, we've added a slide to talk about project costs, and I think you'll find this interesting. I hope you can read it. This is a capital cost comparison spreadsheet, and what we have is major capital components on the left side of the sheet. Across the top, we did a comparison of the 2012 master plan was programmed, the 2014 future air service planning study, what got added in that study, and then really where we are today with the 2015 capital improvement program. And then the last column to the right is what are the differences between the 2012 master plan and really where we are today. So I'm going to kind of go through this line by line with you. The terminal building and associated facilities was planned under the 2012 master plan. And all of these are planning level cost estimates. Nothing's been designed. It's basically square footage, unit prices, quantities of earthwork, asphalt, that type of planning level. And that estimate for that facility is $41 million. That's carried forward into the capital program, the 2015 capital program today.
I'm sorry, is that based on today's dollars? Or?
These are all, very good question, these are all based on today's dollars.
Okay.
There's no project escalation in these numbers. However, the financial plan that is in this ALP update that you have was prepared by Steve Horton, who is a financial planner and has done a lot of work with the county. He does have project escalation costs in his financial model. This is just current day dollars, high level, so you can understand that. So there is no difference between the 2012 and the current CIP for that particular element. Going down, the aircraft apron reconstruction, this is the aircraft parking apron in front of the terminal building. That was programmed at about $10.7 million. It's currently updated in this capital plan at $16.6 million, which added $5.9 million of cost from the original plan. The reason that cost got added is if we're looking at trying to accommodate a wider wingspan aircraft, they are heavier. The pavement section has to be designed to accommodate heavier aircraft, so that's where that increased cost comes from. The auto parking subsurface transit center, That was estimated at $32.8 million in the 2012 master plan. That facility is expensive. It doesn't generate a tremendous amount of revenue. Visually, it's very appealing. Operationally, it's great to have because you don't have the same snow issues. There is maintenance tied to it, but it's also very expensive. That was one of the projects that got reprioritized to an outlying year. And I'll say this board has the direction to change this plan. When we say the capital plan is put in here, if going down the road decisions are made to change that through whatever process, environmental, public input, the board can absolutely shift priorities as a part of this decision making. But right now it's outside of the planning period, and we're saying the planning period, the financial plan, is a 12-year period which gets us to the runway shift. So it could be, if the terminal comes online in 2022, that as soon as the airport and the board determined that they wanted to make that capital investment in a parking, in a transit type center, that decision could be made at any point that they wanted to. It could be made right beyond the planning period, which is, I think, 2027, so 13 years from now. Auto parking, surface, and we identified this as surface and roadways. In the 2012 master plan, there was $12.7 million programmed for auto parking and roadways. Recognize that was in combination with the subsurface transit center. So the combination of those two handled parking and roadway circulation. Going forward in today's capital program, we have $21.6 million programmed for auto parking surface and roadways. So while we don't have programmed in here a subsurface lot or a subsurface structure, we do have surface parking, and that added basically $8.9 million in surface parking. West Side Parallel Taxiway in the 2012 master plan was estimated at 10.2. The 2014 air service study has that at 43.6 million. That is a $33 million increase. That's based on the amount of earthwork that's required. It's tremendous amount of earthwork. Relocation of Owl Creek Road, the walls that are required with that. So it is quite expensive. That 80-foot shift, actually it's a total of 160, because we were at 320 to 320 was how the 2012 master plan is. Now we're 400 and 400, so there's 160 feet of shift. It's a lot of earthwork over there, which is where the majority of the money is coming in on that.
Can I ask, is the Burlingame open space parcel, the fact we'd have to mitigate by it with another parcel as part of a public vote, of course, is that included in that?
Yes,
Okay.
that is. The West Side FBO apron and infrastructure was originally estimated at 13.9 in the 2012 master plan. The 2014 future air service has that at 23.3, so that's a $9.4 million increase. And that is also, the taxiway and that FBO right now are outside of the planning period, which we're calling this 12-year period of time. And then the runway shift, while it was not in the 2012 master plan, was added in the air service study at $66.5 million. It is in the 2015 capital program, and is obviously an increased cost. So the current capital program for 2015 is estimated in the next 12 years at $145.9 million. And again, these are all based on current dollar costs. There is a 3% escalation, which is built into the financial models. There are cash flow projections in the ALP update.
And then JD, out of that 145, what are the possible grant assurances we may be eligible for?
For grant funding, so each component is different. It's a very good question. I wish it was very simplified and cut and dry. Let me explain it to you this way, George. Basically, the work on here, I'm going to do this the simplest form I can. The work shown in this plan is eligible except if you lease space, you garner revenue by leasing it to an airline, or you charge for parking. Then it's not ineligible. So let me break this down further. If you're on the center line of the runway, the highest priority within the FAA. I mean, the closer you are to the center line is where the biggest dollars come from. It's eligible at 90%. The taxiway systems are eligible at 90. The aprons are eligible at 90. But what's happening is you're becoming lower tier priority. As John Kinney mentioned, in the system, you're competing with other airports. So the closer it is to the center line for them, the higher they rank. So the FAA actually puts this into a very complex, comprehensive financial plan and model. So to answer your question a little bit more specifically, we have $20 million of funding we're looking at for the terminal building from the FAA, and that's new legislation that came out in the last 5 years with very positive feelings on that. The aircraft apron, that's $16.6 million, 90% eligible. The roadway system is eligible, however, it's very low priority. May not get funding for the roadways. The surface parking, the fact that you charge for parking, it's not eligible. And what I'm talking about discretionary funding, which is the big pot of money. So your entitlements right now are $1.9 million annually. Those could go to a low priority project such as roadway systems. All of the dollars are actually included in the plan about where they go to. And I'm giving you high level. And then the runway obviously is highest priority within the system at 90%. Is there another question on that?
Well, I was just going to say, looking at those numbers from a different way, it's approximately $68.9 million that we do not feel is going to be available for a taxiway and a West Side FBO apron, which also would have to then build its own building, but we don't even have cost estimates for that. And so it's $68.9 million that the FAA doesn't have, and that would, if we were flipping this and staying with that as a priority, we would be putting our terminal out 20, 25 years. And the other improvements to the community and for the safety on the airport.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So in the ALP update, which is the submittal you have in front of you, it has the layout. Here's an example of that. It has the existing, the future, and the ultimate. The existing is what's currently out there today. The future has items within that 12-year planning horizon, which are the terminal complex and the runway shift. And then ultimate is the West Side Taxiway, the second FBO. All of these are space. This is a space reservation document. It's used for planning purposes, long-range planning. It's used for financial planning. That's what the document is intended to be. It is no commitment on the board. The board can choose to enact pieces and parts of it, but they don't have to enact any of it if they don't choose to. If there's no further questions on that segment.
Question, I remember from a couple of years ago, the common knowledge was that we needed to have the second FBO on the west side in order to pay for the terminal, the new terminal. Now with the priorities being shifted around the other direction, the second FBO is off into the future and no longer would be available to help pay for the new terminal. So what is the economic reality of building the new terminal? in terms of what funding we have available or projected?
Sure.
One of the new funding mechanisms is the terminal monies that the FAA has been very optimistic that will be a recipient of. That's between 18 and $20 million. There's also been some escalation in rental car fees and customer facility fees that have come in. And we also have reserves of approximately $10 million. So we'll be putting that all together. John, you're aware of any other funding mechanism?
I'm not on the revenue side, but I go back to the expenditure side that JD was reviewing. A lot of those revenues in our original were being used to pay for the parking, the underground parking facility at the 32, I believe that's $32 million as estimated at the time. And so that's some of the funding realities that have changed, particularly as we added the runway shift, and then the additional excavation costs on the west side really all bump up from the original 2012 plan costs of 2011. So we haven't removed actually any of the costs, but what we've done is we've said they're going to be, if they're going to be developed, it's going to be over a longer period of time. So we worked on both the revenue side, as John was saying, and the expenditure side. And we believe we've got a feasible plan. Now, to Michael's point yesterday, though, we don't know until we have that commitment in hand from the FAA.
Steve, I want to just add on to the fact we've heard from the community, some members who really believe that the current existing terminal should just be remodeled. And I remember many years ago going through a whole exercise in, is it a possibility to remodel, improve? And we had a great deal of discussion about that, wanting to keep it. Would it be less impact to the community or more impact to the community to remodel or to replace and, move, relocate? And I think we came up with a lot of facts about the existing building, about the maintenance, about structural issues, ability in that space to accommodate what's being required of us for TSA for security reasons, for traffic flow, for all those things. And it was a difficult decision to try and consider relocating and redoing a whole new terminal. But I think at the end of the day, because of all those factors and the slope issues, we could take better advantage of them in a more efficient way by moving the terminal. Now, that was part of a very long discussion by the Board of Commissioners at that time.
And Patty, I'd add to that another point that, as we've gone through this process, the ramp space by the terminal and the space required for if we do bring in aircraft with wider wingspan, they need more movement space than our current ramp space provides. And so that's one of the reasons that particularly that ramp space and the relocation of the terminal is important from a safety perspective. So that's an additional element since we last had
since our previous
discussions. And you hit all the right points in terms of the flow of water and our worst case scenario fuel from
when it runs downhill into the terminal.
The runway right into the terminal. Correcting that is a huge expense. And then really so much has changed since we originally built that terminal, whether it be the security requirements and such that have made all the other compliance and capacity issues so difficult, whether it be ADA, National Fire Protection Codes, all sorts of difficulties where we actually estimated correcting for all of those would be a little more expensive than constructing a new terminal.
We need to add into that energy efficiencies.
Energy efficiency.
I mean, that's a huge issue for a building of that size and that structure. And any terminal has those issues. So being able to build a new terminal, if we choose to go in that direction, we need to incorporate very carefully, and I think the board's talked about that, making it as energy efficient above and beyond. Thank you.
I'll just add my last point about the parking structure or transit center. That project is still shown on the ALP. There's just an interim step right now that says financially we financially plan for surface parking, but the structure is still shown in the ALP document.
Well, wasn't one of the motivators for a parking structure was the number of estimated vehicles, and that there was actually not enough space unless you had a parking structure. So now that we're changing that model, how do you deal with surface space parking?
Yeah, so actually there were two alternatives that we have. There was a surface parking alternative that was explored during the original master plan. And I think, as JD referenced, the real challenge there was the visual impact of the surface parking versus the underground parking. And so there is, if we come to the conclusion that all of that parking and transportation needs need to be accommodated on site, there is space, but I think, as we go through the design, the environmental process, we'll better understand the impacts of those. What was not explored at that time, Michael, may be an opportunity, given what we understand about the likelihood of funding now, is do we have off-site opportunities or better integration with better integration with mass transit or other transportation options that may either reduce those needs or allow us to leverage other maybe off-site spots so there isn't that concentrated impact in one place. Those are the types of alternatives that we'll be looking at during the EA process. We haven't designed those, we haven't looked at those, we can't speak right now to the feasibility or impact, but there is the ability to do it all on site, I think, with a lot of visual impact, and I think there are other alternatives that we can explore as we get into design the environmental assessment process.
Wasn't the number something like 700 to 1,500 vehicles?
I thought it was 1,200.
Yeah, I thought it went to 1140.
1140, I think, was the total, but that's also a 20-year projection. So that's not, you don't need that necessarily day one. So, there could be phasing opportunities there or, searching for other opportunities, but it is quite a few spaces. John, do you recall the existing number on the airport?
The existing is 662 spaces.
So we have an existing 662. I think our 20-year projection brought it out to the 1140. And obviously that doesn't all come at once. So those are all things that we need to address during the environmental assessment.
So there's 662. At what capacity are those 662? Are they at 50%?
Depends on the date.
Depends on the date, but at times they reach capacity and at times they're at 50% or 25%.
Correct, yes.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, Michael. It was in my notes as well, because it seems to me that we should be planning on a phasing of that. And I don't know that a scoping can take account of phasing, but, I didn't hear an awful lot of hoorays about the idea of expensive parking structure. I think in general, people don't like the hoorays about that many more cars or thinking about that. And yet, at the same time, I believe it's something you need to be realistic about accommodating the future. When BRT was being designed, when even just forming the Regional Transportation Authority, it was based on projections of how many new cars are we going to need to capture and keep off the road with this bus system. And how many buses a day will we need to do that, and so on and so forth. So, I personally am glad to see that kind of being forestalled. If the need becomes incredibly apparent or the visuals are just so horrible, this board or a future board will take another look at it. But I think it's even more important because it seems that the city is beginning to engage ever more seriously now in the entrance to Aspen discussions and decisions, and whether or not airport, Brush Creek, and City of Aspen light rail line could ever come to pass and actually fulfill the transportation vision. There's a lot of potential there, and if it was me and I had the choice of putting X amount of money into that sort of connection or X amount of money into underground parking, well, I'm going to go with mass transit. So I just want to comment on that item now and get that out of the way. But maybe one last question for you to get out of the way. The airport layout plan that we submitted, 8A, is that the correct?
Yes.
That, and this plan we're resubmitting is the same plan. It is physically not changed. It is just the priorities of the funding and the implementation that have changed. Was this the layout plan that was the top vote getter from the Citizen Advisory Committee as well? When we submitted it originally, we came to the board with their recommendation, I believe, that we submit 8A.
Yes. So let me, that's a great question. Let me expound on that. The narrowing process happened with FAA officials, airline, industry experts to go down to the two options, 8A and 12A. 8A and 12A were both taken to the public to say, here's the remaining two best alternatives. We purposefully said we can only put one on the ALP, but that will be evaluated in the environmental assessment, and we don't actually pick that. That's the environmental assessment. We'll look at alternatives, and that's what Rick mentioned yesterday, and he's probably going to mention again, is that we're going to use the work that's been done, because these alternatives live, they've been vetted, they've been evaluated. It doesn't mean that someone couldn't bring up a different one, but there's been 18 that have been vetted. And the environmental process actually does that evaluation. We purposefully did not do that. It's part of the federal process. Rick?
Yeah, and I don't know if I was entirely clear on the question, because I'm not totally clear on your answer.
Okay.
But
Let me take one more.
because it has been a very long process. And I know the Citizens Committee added so much input, and perhaps they weren't in a position or did not take a final vote of which one to forward with their comments to us.
Yes.
Or did they?
Okay, let me re-answer that question. Everybody saw the value of 8A because it was the closest that met federal standards.
Okay.
Option 12A still had a 320-foot taxiway, which the FAA did not approve last time. So we didn't ask the question, the public didn't answer that question. That will be handled in the environmental process of the EA coming up.
Okay. It's just I had a comment with someone, a conversation, and they were saying, well, why didn't our board take the advice of the Citizen Advisory Panel? And I was kind of like, well, we actually did, and we submitted the plan, and the FAA are the ones who rejected the items that still needed a modification of standards. And I just wanted to make sure that my recollection over the 5 or 6 years of doing this was accurate.
That is correct.
So, just, I think the confusion is, I think you might be thinking of the 2012 master plan submission and citizen input from that process
Yeah.
versus the air services study.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about air services
Yeah.
study. I was talking about the airport
Yeah,
layout
I think
master
we're
plan.
confused on which
Oh,
process
okay.
we're in there. yeah.
Okay, and so I did describe that correctly. We have submitted the plans that they believed in, or did they? the
Absolutely,
12A?
and those well, no, there was
Excuse me,
no
8A.
8A, there's
8A.
no 12, no, that's
Okay.
what you're doing today.
Okay,
What happened was we submitted in 2012 the new master plan update, and that was based on our
screening and,
and a lot of public meetings
Yes.
and recommendations from the Citizen Advisory Committee. The west side on that plan was rejected. We then went into the air services study.
right,
And generally what we did here, but we did not have the same committee structure during the air services study,
okay,
was that 8A was the preferred alternative because it most closely met all of the FAA safety standards, and generally the reasoning, and not unanimously, but generally the reasoning was we wouldn't want to have to go back and redo this again. And so that was the recommendation out of that study to this board, and then the board directed us to move forward on December 16th with preparing this submittal. This submittal, as you can see, has almost 300 pages of backup documentation to it, so it took time. Additionally, as we got into conversations, particularly late summer, with the FAA around the funding realities, that really is what changed our implementation strategy for the plan. So it doesn't change what the board directed us to submit back in December. What it does change is how we would project those projects would come in front of you.
Thank you very much for going through that one more time.
Got one more question. Moving the runway over 80 feet is predicated on the airspace study showing that it would be safe to do so. Is there any chance that we would move the runway over 80 feet and then the FAA would change their rules about airspace safety and say the mountain is too close to your runway now, so you're restricted in what kind of planes can land, or you have to move the mountain to make it comply? Is there any chance of that happening?
It's the federal government, of course. You never know.
I would say that I would answer that question in that the physics that are tied to air transportation system and travel are well known enough that the FAA would not approve this plan and then ultimately change it. I just can't see that. It's too big of a federal investment. It's too big of a community investment. So I think if it were to be built, it would be built to federal standards and it would probably not be changed.
And I would even add to that, that the technology for instrument approaches is moving so fast that the airspace distance requirements are becoming less and less. And so I think in the future, we'll even see less terrain problems than we see today.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's a good point. I'm gonna run this back.
I'll try to use the chairs here. Before we get into this, which one of these did you touch? This one?
Right one.
Okay. A few opening remarks. The environmental assessment process, and what I'm going to talk about, really is divorced from what we're asking this body to do today. This is we're asking you all to approve the airport layout plan submittal, which then is a requirement, like JD talked about, for then getting funding approval to move ahead in the environmental assessment. So nothing you do today commits you to doing anything on the environmental assessment part of this. In addition, even as we go through the environmental assessments and we get a finding at the end, you're still not committed to building anything. So there are several checkpoints along the way that this body can say, you know, we don't really want to do this. And we can change or modify as we go along. And the other thing is that it's going to get very confusing as we go through because we're talking different time frames and different analysis years and things of that nature. And just to remind everybody, an environmental assessment has the finding on an environmental assessment has a shelf life of basically 3 years. Some can be stretched out to 5 years, but it's basically a 3-year window of opportunity that you need to start the implementation of the projects that are included in the environmental assessment. And so the environmental assessment from a planning standpoint has a short-term life compared to an airport master plan, which has a 20-year lifespan. So there's some complicated time frames that we're dealing with. That being said, just to remind everybody, what we're talking about in this environmental assessment is a NEPA document, and that is a document that is done pursuant to the National Environmental Policy Act as compared to other environmental assessments which are done pursuant to hazardous waste, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, circular documents, things of that nature. We're not talking hazardous waste, we're talking National Environmental Policy Act. And that act requires any major significant federal project that is either funded by the federal government, approved by the federal government, or permitted by the federal government, requires a document to address the environmental effects of that proposed action. And it discloses the effects, and it looks at alternatives to the proposed action. And one of the alternatives we evaluate is the do nothing or the no action alternative. So that will be evaluated along with the proposed projects and the reasonable and feasible alternatives to that. Now, Rachel, this kind of goes to your question earlier, that JD's study through the Air Service identified two, a 12 and an 8A. Now, the 12 alternative did not meet all the standards. As we develop the airfield side of the environmental process, we will discuss with FAA whether they really want us to move that forward. They may say, no, we don't, because we'll never approve it, because it does not meet your modification standards. In that way, it's not a feasible alternative. And so they may say, we don't want to evaluate that, we don't want to get the public involved in that, because we're never going to approve it anyway. But that's a discussion we yet to have.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the basis of the environmental assessment. Now, where it gets a little confusing is, as you all mentioned earlier today, we have already initiated environmental assessment on the east side projects that were approved as part of the 2012 Airport Master Plan and the AOP. That basically addresses new terminal building, parking, roadways, the FBO, noise wall, things of that nature. That process has been initiated. In fact, we're going to have 2 meetings tomorrow to carry on that process. In the interim, though, the FAA has agreed that we could start the airfield side of the EA based on the submittal of the airport layout plan that's before this body today. So we could start that. So our plan now is to combine both of those major projects into one environmental document under one cover. And so, as JD said, we will use all the alternatives evaluation in the air service study as the basis for the airfield configuration and evaluation. So this gives us lots of benefits. Number one, we get to combine all of our community input and community outreach program so we can explain both documents. It gives us the ability to take advantage of the new technology and things that have come across, and it also allows us to better size the terminal building, the apron parking based on aircraft with greater wingspans. And so we get to combine all that, and we get some efficiencies when we do all that. And also it takes some of the confusion out of the public arena about why we're doing those. Again, as JD said, just to clarify, even though the west side taxiway and the west side FBO development is on the airport layout plan, it will not be evaluated as part of the environmental process because it's beyond our planning period. So we will not be looking at that. If and when those projects are proposed in the future, it will mean a different environmental process to look at those. We are looking at parking options. Since the parking structure is no longer part of the environmental analysis because it is not a proposed project, that will not be one of the major projects we look at. So in lieu of that, we've got to look at all the surface parking. We've got to reevaluate what we looked at in the master plan and see if we can accommodate all that parking on site, if we go off site, or even maybe as an alternative, we look at a parking structure, but not as a proposed project, but just an alternative to evaluate, to see what benefits we would get from that. And we will still look at a multimodal transit center. And so one of the options will be what was termed during the master plan process, the sea of asphalt with all that parking. And then we'll look at phasing of how that would be developed. Or is it more advantageous in this board's eye to look at an off-site parking area? Can we combine that better with a multimodal center of some kind? So those will be some of the parking options that we look at compared to what was in the master plan. Again, when we meet Group 3 classification, we have to look at the whole class of aircraft, not just one or two different aircraft in there. That includes all commercial service, all general aviation aircraft that have wingspans up to 118 feet, which then means that technically 737s could operate here. However, part of our challenge is talking to the operators of those aircraft, the airlines, and based on their individual operation specifications, can they safely and efficiently operate those type of aircraft at this airport under these terrain conditions at this altitude? And if they can, what payload penalties do they take because of the temperatures we have in the summertime? So even though technically a 737 or an Airbus could operate here, it's up to each individual airline to say whether they want to or not. The same way it is with each general aviation operator that owns one of these larger aircraft. Maybe technically they can operate here, but their own insurance requirements or their own op specs may not allow them to. So those are things we need to look at. And that's going to be a challenge when it comes to looking at noise effects, air quality effects, and what our fleet mix is. What type of aircraft do we model? And how many of those aircraft do we model? And what are the stage lengths? How far do they go? Because the stage length has to do with weight, weight has to do with fuel burn, and things of that nature. So that's going to be a challenge, especially when we start looking at aircraft that are not even certificated yet. If they're not certificated, we don't know what their noise levels are. So we've got to make some assumptions as to what type of engines they're going to have, what noise levels they will meet as we model those. So there's going to be some challenges there as we move ahead. And we'll be coming to you all with some of the assumptions we're making to make sure that we all agree with those assumptions, and maybe you all give us direction to change those assumptions as far as fleet mix and aircraft types, things of that nature. We'll also be doing a real significant pellow count analysis to look at growth inducement and if it does, and what do we do with homes and lodging rooms and things of that nature. That's a very, very intricate part of our analysis, and will again be very challenging on how we look at that. Again, as I said, removal of the parking structure is going to have a large impact on the visuals and how much asphalt and where we put parking. And then one of the real challenging aspects of an environmental document, and this is based on both Council on Environmental Quality Guidelines and FAA policy, is we need to qualitatively examine what's called cumulative impacts. And that category looks at past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future actions that, if you combine them all, would have a significant impact on the environment, where any one of those individually would not. And that's very hard to quantify, but qualitatively we look at those things. And so even though we're not looking at the West Side Taxiway and the West Side FBO development from a quantitative impact standpoint, we've got to disclose those from a cumulative standpoint, saying at some point in the future those may be developed, and what are some of the assumptions that we're looking at from that development? What would that do to aircraft parking? What would that do to surface transportation on Owl Creek Road? Things of that nature. So we need to at least examine those and see if we exceed any thresholds of significance. So that's going to be another very challenging part of this. And just to reiterate what JD said, the East Side development is presented in the 2012 master plan. The analysis we're doing there for those projects in the existing environmental analysis work is exactly the same as we had on the 2012 master plan. Nothing has changed over there, except probably the parking structure, since that's gone, and the size of the apron in front of the terminal building. Because with greater wingspans, we're going to need more parking space. So that's going to change. The West Side development is all brand new, and the only thing we're looking at there from a direct impact standpoint is the relocated runway. Okay, just to remind everybody, we're looking at about 5 different significant chapters of the environmental assessment, and the environmental assessment will basically consist of 2 separate purpose and need statements, one for East Side development and one for the runway relocation. We will look at 2 separate set of alternatives, one for the East Side development and one for the runway relocation. The affected environment chapter stays exactly the same because that's basically the existing conditions. And then the environmental consequences chapter will again track both projects independently and look at the consequences of each of those separate items, because there's a term of art in NEPA preparation, which is called independent utility. And each of these projects have independent utility. The terminal building needs to be replaced because it has certain safety issues involved in it. The runway needs to be relocated because it has safety issues involved in it. But each one of those could be done independently. But because they're connected in time and space and proximity, and because they both have safety issues, we're looking at those concurrently under one document. And there's about, depending on how you count it, there's 19 to 23 individual environmental resource categories that we evaluate from an impact standpoint. Those range from noise to socioeconomic to endangered species to wetlands to air quality to a whole myriad of different things. And that's it. Yes, and one thing John reminded me, that we will be looking at the relocation of a small portion of, of Owl Creek Road right here that is only within the existing right-of-way of the road today. So it will not require any additional Burlingame open space or a vote of the people, because that is connected to the runway where the relocation that requires the Burlingame open space is related to the taxiway. Yes, sir.
Does that roadway need to be moved over because there's a minimum distance between the runway and a public road?
Yes, there are certain criteria, object-free areas, runway-free, things of that nature, which need to be clear of certain obstacles and objects. And to meet that safety criteria, we need to relocate the road.
Okay. Steve?
So you mentioned growth inducements. That's sort of a social aspect of it. What are the other social aspects that you look at in terms of the environmental assessment?
Usually the major social aspects involved in a document like this are, is there social justice issues? Are we impacting minority or lower social strata neighborhoods, communities, and things of that nature? Are we relocating people? Are we buying structures? Things like that. Most of those type of environmental analysis are not here because we're not doing a whole lot of off-site impacts, direct impacts. We will also be looking at roadway congestion issues. Are we going to exceed any level of service on the roadways from a social standpoint? And then other things that throughout the process, we have a meeting with the public in the very beginning that we ask for input from the public, what they would like for us to see. And so a lot of times the public says, we'd like you to evaluate this, or something like that. And so that's where we'll take some direction from the public too.
So there's one initial meeting with the public. Are there any other?
Oh yeah, we have 6 or 8 public meetings involved in addition to our committee meetings. But what we call a scoping meeting, which is the kickoff meeting for the environmental assessment, is the one where we ask the public and the agencies. We have a public scoping meeting and an agency scoping meeting, and ask them to give us input and comment on those resources and those impacts which they are mostly concerned about. There's one of the impact categories we have to look at is something called coastal zone resources. Since we are where we're located, we won't even look at that. We'll just mention it and put it in there. Another one is wild and scenic rivers. Although we have those type of rivers in Colorado, because we're not having any direct effect on those, that'll take minimal evaluation. But some of the other agencies may come up with some other really in-depth things they want us to look at. And one of them would be the trail system on the west side.
And so those public comments are noted in the, how do they affect the direction of the EA?
Okay, we will get those comments, and we will, first of all, they'll be in the appendix of the environmental documents, so we keep track of those. We then go to the FAA. We say, these are the comments we got from the public, these are the comments we got from the agencies, how do we want to deal with these? Usually, the public comments, the FAA says, address those as you go along. Sometimes they don't always agree with some of the agency comments, just because, the way federal agencies work. And they will say, we as the FAA will address some of the agency comments, you guys don't worry about those. And then we will kind of fine tune our scope and then address those comments as necessary. Now, the threshold there is reasonable comments. There's always a reasonable test we put in. A lot of times when we do
We should
environment,
institute that here.
a lot of the environmental documents we do for airports, one of the comments we get is close the airport. Okay, that's not a reasonable comment. And so we just say thank you for your comment, and we don't spend any time on it.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
Can I, on that map, there's that yellow dotted line. I'm trying to read it even with my glasses.
Right here?
Yeah, is that the new trail that the new loop to Sky Mountain Park?
I can't see that far, to tell you the
It is-
truth.
it's-
Isn't
I
it the
can
new-
see potential buttermilk
Okay,
connector loop trail.
thank you. I
Yeah,
just
that-
want to,
that-
so that's
that
the
is
one, and
what
we
I'm
brought that
talking
up at the time of that approval to move that trail forward. We brought this up, and there was it was not going to impact what might be moving forward with the Aspen, or the airport planning document. The other second question I have, speaking of public meetings, there are 2 meetings scheduled for tomorrow, is that correct?
There's a committee meeting and then a public open house. Correct.
And can you just, for the public, let us know what time and place? So
Sure, it's at 4:30 in the afternoon. It's at the Limelight Hotel. It's a 2-hour block of time we've got laid out. There'll be a presentation that I will make that talks about some of the things we just talked about today, and also goes back and tells the history of kind of where we are and why we're doing it. It just lays it, it's just basically bringing the public up to date through all the work that's been done in the last year or two.
thank you.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, and for clarity and for the public, how long will the scoping period be for public comments?
It's going to be a short period. It'll be 2 weeks after we have our meeting.
Okay,
Now that's a little bit misleading.
yeah.
In that is the period where we look at significant comments and see if we have to really tweak our scope any. Throughout the process of the environmental assessment, at every public meeting, we will take comments.
Sure.
Those
It's
comments will
ongoing.
be, if they are significant or reasonable comments, they'll be addressed. Now, we don't respond to each comment individually, but we take those under consideration, we list those in an appendix of the document,
Sure.
and we make any changes as appropriate.
Okay, yeah, I just am concerned about, I was thinking that after we submitted this, and then we had to wait for whether there was a FAA approval now of the reordered priorities before the EA could really begin. I know we had already started at some level, but I personally would want to see that extended to at least 3 weeks or something
And
like
we can do that.
Because, people are kind of waiting to see what we do today to know what comments they might have. And I want to know what type of additional public noticing, advertising of those meetings that are going to be held. I'm hoping this one meeting tomorrow isn't the only opportunity
Oh, no.
for formal
No.
scoping. And so that, whatever that schedule is and how we get that out, it should follow the public involvement mandate that we've used throughout this process.
Yeah, tomorrow's meetings are not scoping meetings.
Okay, and so so there will be a future announcement of when there are actual scoping meetings.
correct.
And people can formally come and give their comments, as well as address that they can give their comments if they're unable to.
Yes, and all this will be on the website, and, that's a way to submit comments. And then you brought up a good point, is that as we go through the process, we will have a draft environmental assessment. We will hold a series of public hearings. The first one will be the FAA required public hearing, which we take comments from. We then respond to those reasonable comments. We then come to this body and we hold public hearings, and we present to you the comments we received in the federal public hearing and our response to those comments, and then we take additional comments as your all's procedure.
and that's on the draft, but there will
That-
be a well-noticed and
Yes,
scoping period coming up for comments on this proposal.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
George?
I've mentioned this before, I think when we did the master plan and perhaps the first ALP, when you've set up your meetings, and you've got one tomorrow at the Limelight, but I would strongly suggest that we also set up a meeting up at Snowmass. I don't know whether we did that in the past or not. I've asked for that in the past. Certainly a lot of the information you're going to need to garner in terms of growth, bed base, et cetera, as much or more comes from Snowmass as Aspen. And I think if you really want to get a broader community input and participation, I think it's unrealistic we're going to get a lot of people from Snowmass coming into Aspen tomorrow evening versus, the mountain, we need to go to the mountain. So we should institute, schedule a public meeting in Aspen, public meeting in Snowmass, and thereon forward.
Yeah, and I'd just add, George, I think we've got additional outreach other than just this Limelight meeting, whether it be coffee chats and outreach to our municipal partners as we've done in the past. And, just so we're clear on what tomorrow's meeting is, we knew the board was going to take action today. We don't know exactly what that action is going to be until hopefully a few minutes from now, but we wanted to be able to quickly update the public on what has happened, where we've been, and what's changing as a result of whatever decisions they make. That's why we set up the meetings at the Limelight and follow-up meetings. So we'll certainly take under advisement, making sure we get up to Snowmass for this.
Yeah, just to tag on, because the outreach has been great, and the manager chats are great, but once we're in a defined legal process, if you want it formally answered by our consultants and the FAA to look at it, it's got to be in the scoping question. So that's why I'm so keyed in on that, but I fully support the continued engagement as we've had it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to distinguish, we're not kicking off the EA
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
This was to update the public.
Okay, but there was a comment that the scoping period would be 2 weeks from starting tomorrow, and.
No, starting, the scoping period is 2 weeks from when we hold our scoping meeting.
Okay, not from tomorrow.
No.
Thank you, okay.
We're not even we don't even have a grant for the.
Okay, that's what I thought, and that's why your comment really kind of confused
Right.
me a little bit, but we're not scoping till then, fine.
I want to add to George's suggestion of a Snowmass meeting. We need to probably think about a mid-valley. I mean, those are users of our airport, people who pass by, people who would be affected by, traffic situations that may evolve or scenic issues. And they're definitely users of the airport, and so I think we need to try and maybe schedule one down there too, just to incorporate the valley-wide comments.
Yeah. Good thought.
I have a question about the funding for the EA process. Do we already have funding for the East Side EA? And that's why tomorrow we're holding this public meeting
Yes,
as
sir.
part of that.
Yes, sir.
Have we applied for funding for the airfield EA at this point? Or have we received any money for it at this point?
We have prepared an application and a scope and a fee for that, and my understanding it's been delivered to the FAA.
Now, rolling the two EAs into one EA, does that require that the FAA looks at the whole thing again and then kind of reissues the same money they already promised us for the East Side EA?
That is an excellent question. We've been through that for the last 4 or 5 months, and it appears that the answer to that question is no. All we'll do is get a third grant for the runway relocation work. Just add it to the scope we've already got and just move on, we hope, seamlessly through the process.
So in our terminology, that might be like a supplemental budget request to add on to the scope of what was asked for earlier.
It could be, but in FAA parlance, this is a grant in 3 phases.
Okay. This is a public hearing, and are there any members of the public who want to comment on this process at this time? And, if you could come up to where the microphone is by the table so you could be heard by Grassroots TV, and then state your name for the record.
My name is Phil Holstein. I represent Woody Creek. I'm the chairman of the Woody Creek Planning Commission. And I'm the president of the caucus there. And I'm going to be very brief. This has been a long meeting. And I'm not going to speak about the terminal, which I participated in the 2012 master plan, which was a very complete process involving numerous meetings with the public. And I was at most of the meetings, and we ended up with a very well thought out master plan. This process on the development that you're looking at and are voting on today was done primarily by consultants and airport personnel. There was a very, very little public input. The public input came after the phase 3 was completed. And there were some coffee meetings and a few, but the public really doesn't understand this expansion. They haven't been particularly advised of it. It was a totally different process than that which created the master plan in 2012. Having said that, I think there's a lot of good things about this project, but again, there are a lot of, this is a expenditure of well in excess of $100 million, maybe as much as $200 million over time. It's going to change this community. It's a very big deal. There are hundreds of families in this valley that are impacted by the airport. The airport has tremendous impacts, just as the 4-lane highway does. But the airport has impacts primarily in relation to noise and pollution. Believe me, there are some times when in the valley, in the winter, when you're cross-country skiing, you can smell the jet fuel. There is a lot of pollution. Jet fuel is a very, very bad thing to be breathing. It's highly toxic. And this is an urban style airport in a small mountain valley, very confined airspace, few miles from the center of town. It's a very unique situation. I can't imagine another situation like this, and we're talking about expanding the airport so that theoretically there can be long-distance, heavy-lift airplanes flying into this valley. If that happens, it's going to change the character of this valley forever, and the quiet enjoyment of hundreds of people's lives. We're already impacted enough. There's a lot of traffic in and out of the airport, and at times it gets very noisy. And so I think that the FAA supposedly doesn't make any exceptions for anything or for anyone. I think that's ridiculous. This is a special situation here. It's not an airport in Kansas. It's not in Des Moines, Iowa. It's in a very narrow valley at 8,000 feet, where the noise, echoes off the canyon walls where at this altitude the noise is amplified. So the impacts are significant. The FAA apparently does not recognize single event noise. If a noisy plane comes out that brings everyone out of their house onto the front lawn to see what's happening, the FAA doesn't recognize that as impact, which of course is ridiculous in this particular situation. The airplanes are coming out of the airport at a fairly low altitude and have to spend a significant amount of power to get out of this valley. So and when they're burning jet fuel, they're spilling fuel, and you can smell it. So it's true. Then if we have to accept this kind of an expansion in this valley to accommodate the new generation of commercial airplanes, and that is a rational position. I'm not saying that is not rational. At least we should limit the access to the airport of very heavy lift, large airplanes that really should not be flying in here. And I think that I would encourage you as a board to negotiate with the FAA to accomplish that, because the impacts on this valley are going to be significant. And I think that the die is cast. I think that we're probably going to have a new airport, and I think that's rational given the fact that there has to be commercial service here. And nobody is really, even though that's going to create more impacts, I guess maybe that's something as a resort community we have to accept. But the new airplanes hopefully will be less impactful, quieter, less pollution generated. But I don't know whether you've been at a large airport when a 737 takes off. It'll blow those people in West Buttermilk right out of their houses. And I hope that the commissioners consider strongly the impacts, in addition to the benefits, that this airport is going to have on the community.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to my issue with the 737 question. It would be my understanding that if those planes could come in here with operating capacity capabilities, that we could not say no, because it's federal money. Can we determine which type of planes fly in here or don't fly in here? I mean, I would love to hear the answer to that being yes, but I have a feeling it's not going to be yes.
The long answer to that question is because we are a public use airport, that we accept federal funds, we cannot discriminate against users. So the answer to that is no, with a couple of caveats. And those caveats are very difficult to address, but from a safety standpoint, sometimes you can look at things like that. Prior to January 1st, 2000, an airport sponsor such as this body could pass reasonable noise restrictions based on some local guidelines, policy, things like that. Subsequent to that, Congress passed a statute. That statute basically said the only way you can do that is to prepare what's called an FAR Part 161 study, which is an economic impact, noise impact study. Only one in the country's ever been done. It's extremely expensive. The FAA has to approve it, and you have to have a federally recognized noise problem before they'll even consider that. That federally recognized noise problem is based on the day-night noise level DNL, which, as we all know, is very small in this community.
It's an average.
That's right. It's an annual average cumulative noise level. And because of the way that metric is developed, it does not, as this gentleman said, it does not recognize single event loud aircraft flyovers. So we are very, very limited in what we can do to regulate aircraft that operate at our airport.
And as far as safety, the concerns, of course, would be if we have a larger plane with a capacity of a couple hundred people, our ability to respond in an emergency situations are limited because of our limited resources as far as first responders and distance between mutual aid agencies. The other issue, of course, would be the location of our airport with, you know, the proximity to the highway and all those other things that are, I think, of public safety issues, especially when you're talking larger jets, larger planes. But I know those are issues that will probably come up during the public comment periods, especially the issue of the larger planes and noise really related to that. So I think that's something that we need to find out to our best ability how we can address that.
John?
Just build on. First, I want to thank Bill. He's been a very, very active participant throughout this process, and
yeah, he's great.
Has you know, been very helpful in helping us understand the community's concerns and the questions we need to address. And yeah, I think you were basically saying this, but the types of questions that we're asking now aren't questions that get addressed in a space reservation study or such. It is exactly, these are the exactly types of questions that we address by moving forward with the environmental assessment process. And that's why we keep repeating the point that, you know, approving a space reservation and master plan today does not approve any projects going forward, because we've got to understand the impacts, you know, and be able to answer the types of questions that Phil's raised more quantitatively with some facts at the table, and to be able to address those and better help you as policymakers understand, you know, the benefits and costs, you know, costs at various levels of you know, what's being proposed. And all the things that you brought up, I think, you know, get considered.
Yeah, that'll be definitely a part of it. Thanks, John.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'll pass until we finish the public comment.
Okay. Next public comment?
I'm Bill Tomsich, president of Stay Aspen Snowmass, and obviously have cared a lot about this airport over the past 2 decades. In fact, it was 20 years ago this fall I sat here in the back of this meeting room when we had many discussions about 737s and airport improvements to try to accommodate them. And I guess the point that I'd like to try to make to this group, obviously the consultants and all the public meetings that have taken place over the past couple of years have really focused a great deal on the evolving technology and why the need has come so quickly for us to adapt. But there's another piece that hasn't really been talked about so much, and it's one that's been somewhat quietly suppressed in the aviation industry, but one that my eyes were really open to just this past week when I had an opportunity to spend several days at an aviation forecast summit in Las Vegas, where several aircraft manufacturers were present. And that's the impact of a nationwide pilot shortage that is impacting the entire industry. There aren't very many regional carriers that have really publicly acknowledged how severe this shortage is. Republic is one. Some of you may have seen some recent news about that, and their vice president spoke. Great Lakes is another one, a small regional carrier based out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. But the reality is there is a shrinking pool of pilots that has become really accelerated over the past 2 years since the FAA changed some of their work rules as recent as August of 2013. And this is another force that's in play that is causing the consolidation and the reduction of air service in many communities around the country. And it's mostly impacting the smaller regional jets. So this is another force that is putting pressure on somewhat larger aircraft to serve this market. But it's also been my observation as you take a look at the demise of some of these small 50-seat regional jets, and 70-seaters are the predominant aircraft size for most regional jets right now, and that is somewhat falsely controlled by pilot scope clauses in the United States. And that's the reason we see such a surplus of 70 to 76 passenger aircraft flying around today is because they're actually imposed by scope limits on the relationships between the mainline carriers and their regional partners in terms of what those smaller airline pilots can operate. So those lines continue to blend. In fact, the scope limits continue to get relaxed, allowing regional carriers to fly larger aircraft. So that's another upward pressure on the small aircraft size that we're seeing. But at the same time, I wanted to allay the fears that some may have about the big, massive airplanes potentially coming in here, like we've seen at the Eagle County Airport for so many years. And the trend I want to make sure everybody else is aware of is these larger aircraft that are flying between major hub cities and transcontinental and coast to coast, those planes are getting smaller. You know, they're downgrading what used to be 757s and DC-10s and wide bodies that used to predominantly fly coast to coast. They're getting downsized because those aircraft are more efficient. So what's really happening is 20 years ago when we had all these debates about big planes versus small planes, there was a big gap between the small planes that could fly here and the big planes that some people wanted to see flying in. And that gap is shrinking. And it's shrinking so much, there are actually some new aircraft being built, and there was a representative from Bombardier who gave a presentation to this board the year before last about the C-Series. There's also Mitsubishi aircraft. I had a chance to interact with some of their representatives last week at this aviation conference. And these are new clean sheet designed aircraft, designed from the ground up to kind of fit this niche that falls between these smaller regional jets and these larger aircraft that so many people fear. And these aircraft are being designed with all new technology, new wings, new incredibly quiet engines. And they're going to be the best performers, you know, for markets like ours. So it's my opinion, and you know, I can't be quoted on this with any great deal of certainty, but it's my opinion that when these aircraft come online, and if they prove to be capable of doing what the manufacturers claim, that may be the most cost-effective vehicle or aircraft type for the airlines to use to serve this airport in the future. And one thing I can assure you, knowing the airlines the way I do, is they're going to go to the most effective, safe way to serve a market, and I believe it's with these new aircraft like the Mitsubishis and the C-Series, which are smaller than those 737 and larger aircraft, but larger than what we currently have today, but with seat capacity that is smaller than what we've seen once upon a time flying into this airport. 20 years ago, the BA-146-300 had 100 seats, and most of these aircraft were looking at 76 to 90 seats. It is within the scope of what has flown here in the past. So I just want to share those observations and strongly encourage this group, because technology is changing so rapidly, to move forward with the resolution that is in front of you today, because I do recall back in 2005 when we only had 4 aircraft left in the entire nationwide fleet of BA-146s that could serve this airport. I didn't sleep well that winter. Right now we have 70 CRJ-700s in United's fleet, another 18 on Delta, and about 44 on American. But as we've heard, those are going away. And it could be in the not too distant future, we may be down to a couple of dozen of those aircraft that will be kept alive for Aspen and a handful of other markets that need those aircraft until we have an airport infrastructure that can accommodate the current generation of jets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Tony, do you want to speak?
Please, thank you.
Hi, John. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone in this room for an excellent presentation, because some of the pressing questions in our community is why are we going to the larger airplanes? And I think today's explanation, hopefully the public open house tomorrow, will demonstrate to the public that with the current airplanes that we have, that they're going out of production, and what do? We may not have a choice in the matter. Phil brought up the question about the noise. Bill brought up about the cost effectiveness. But the one question I think that you're really going to be pounded with by the community, are these planes really safe to come in performance-wise with the type of weather that we experience here in Aspen? You heard tonight the gentleman right behind me, right here, Patty, in response to your question, that can we limit the type of airplanes that are coming in, and once we reach this FAA designation, can we turn any planes away? And we can't turn any planes away. And so I think The answer to that question was it's up to the airlines whether they want to bring these planes in. And as we have seen over the years, it's the pilot's decision. We have one local airlines that more often than not during our winter season, the pilots choose not to come into our airport. And I believe that you will see more of that with these larger airplanes. And that's based on the pilot's decision about whether to come in or not. The second thing is that the scoping period that's going to start, do we know when that scoping period is going to be? We have no idea yet. Okay. It was brought forward that any proposal brought forward is going to be given the reasonable person test, the reasonable test. You heard today that the transit center is multimodal, is probably not going to be included to begin with, but we're going to have a sea of asphalt. One of the criteria that's going to determine by the FAA whether this project is going to move forward or not is how it's going to affect our roadway capacity. Is it going to exceed our roadway capacity? All the elected officials in this room are well aware of our entrance to Aspen, the clogging that we have. That's going from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Today when I came in, you had 3 lanes of traffic trying to get into that stoplight at Burlingame. The bus lane, the general population, and the third lane that I was in was the one coming out of the airport. So there's 3 lines of traffic going in. What I would like to propose is solution, and that this purpose of this meeting is a space reservation at the airport. And in that multimodal transit center, there was, in the last master plan, the inclusion of a gondola and aerial connection. And I really think that it is prudent and it is incumbent on our elected officials to start to look at the feasibility of that aerial connection. Is our community going to accept a sea of asphalt for parked cars there, especially when we're already overloaded at the entrance to Aspen? It was my understanding when I spoke with Jim Elwood and he met, the tramway engineers met with the FAA, this was 10 years ago, that the proposed alignment for the aerial connection between Aspen, Snowmass, Highlands, Buttermilk, maybe over to Burlingame or whatnot, does not interfere with the airspace. And the alignment would go to Buttermilk, cross over to Burlingame, and then hook into this multimodal transit center. So what I would like to request, and if you don't want to think about it now, I will, as you know me, I am going to include it in the scoping period so that the FAA can take a shot at it to see if it's a feasible alternative to all the cars going out to the airport. That funding source would not be included in this airway expansion. That would be a different funding source. So there would be no financial implications to the airport, per se, the Airport Enterprise Fund, but it may come out of some of it out of the elected officials transportation committee, the FAA grants and whatnot. But I really believe that this is the time now to really start thinking about that aerial connection to the airport. And whether it lands at the Airport Business Center or at the Multimodal Transit Center, which I believe would be a huge boon to our economy, and it would service environmental, the traffic congestion, a great experience for tourists. Can you imagine? I'm flying into Aspen, I get to take the gondola right to Aspen, I can hook it to Highlands, go out to Snowmass, and with Base Village coming on, I think it was, I'm not sure which member now said to include Snowmass. That Snowmass, is that George? George is coming up with some great ideas these days, George, that they really need to be included because Base Village is coming online with construction to begin next spring. And part of their PUD approval process is that each one of the shuttle service, each one of the lodges has to provide shuttle service to the airport. And there has been a call from some of the town council members up there that they take a look at the feasibility of hooking an aerial from Snowmass to the airport via Brush Creek Intercept Lot. So I believe that it does not need to be included in this resolution right now because of the fact that you have earmarked on the site plan the multimodal transit center, which would be replaced by the surface parking, which is the spot where an aerial connection would come in. And as we move forward with the process, that I think that we could weave this aerial concept into it without disrupting the resolution and the plans that have been brought forward. So I just wanted to bring that forward. And then one of the things, as I have said, that one of my goals is to start, public outreach campaign. That's a grassroots effort. We're starting a committee. We've got a treasurer on board right now. We're getting our spokesperson for the aerial connection. My role will be just to keep organizing, pulling the different entities together, and that we will try to accumulate as many signatures as we possibly can to accompany this proposal for this aerial connection as part of the scoping plan, and then also to give the elected officials. So we look forward to that, and I'd like to thank you very much for your time today. And George, please keep coming forward with those ideas, because I think they're doable, and I think our community would give you their blessing on it.
Thanks,
Our
Tony.
fingers crossed on that
Thank you,
one, but, okay,
Thanks,
thank you so
Tony.
much, everyone.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the audience who would wish to make comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we bring it back to the board. George?
Well, after 2 days, I think I'm finally starting to understand this process, because it is complicated. And it's going to be a real challenge, I think, for you to try to convey this to the public in a short meeting tomorrow. But what I've gleaned from this is that the ALP, the airport layout plan, similar to all the discussions we had on the master plan, and all the questions that came up, and the controversy in terms of what are we looking at, I think we were finally able to convey to the public that that master plan, as well as this updated ALP, is just a space reservation. It doesn't mean that anything's going to go forward in terms of projects being built, but it allows the process to continue. And I think we're at a stage, based on all of the studies that we've initiated from the master plan, understanding the realities that, one, our terminal is definitely outdated, not only from a safety perspective, but a security aspect, as well as what would be deemed acceptable for residents and our guests coming into what is an international world-class resort. So I'm glad to see that actually, as it turned out, based on the financial restrictions and changes and the timing from the FAA, that the terminal is going to be a priority for the community, because I think that is obviously well needed at this time. Anyone who has spent any time in the terminal, certainly during the holiday periods, can really understand that. Given the last couple of years where we've had 6 or 7 early flights leaving the airport, which has changed drastically over the last couple of years, the congestion that has occurred not only on the ramps, but just in terms of just getting people through the security area and trying to handle those passengers. So I think that's great that this updated plan is actually prioritizing, coincidentally, because of the funding and the timing, that the terminal is going to be a top priority. The runway expansion and the ramp changes, I think it's been noted, even from the master plan and from our studies, our future air studies, that there is a reality that we want to continue to offer service in and out of Aspen in the future at the same level. We're going to need to address the FAA regulations and to work on those runway and taxiway separations. The airport is an economic driver for this community as a resort community, but it's also a facility that we all as locals use, rather than having to drive to Denver or elsewhere. It's convenient, it's somewhat affordable, given that it is in a resort, and we need to, I think there's no doubt that this community understands the need to continue to have a viable airport to service this community in the future. So I would support moving this ALP forward so that we can continue to work on the process, continue on the EA, answer a lot of questions that have risen today, and certainly more questions will come up from the community as more and more public become involved in this process.
Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, thanks. And thanks to our consultants for answering our questions, sometimes for the second and third time. But it is a lot of moving parts to get a hold of. You know, I have noticed that it's really hard to get people or the public or myself sometimes to do the type of long-term thinking that's necessary. And, you know, the corporate culture is what are the quarterly profits? What's a quarterly growth? And you kind of get hit for making long-term investments that don't show up on this quarter spreadsheet. And George has outlined it well, but preparing for future air service, to my mind, is about long-term investment in our community and assuring the quality and safety that we like. I think it's really important to the long-term competition. You know, we want competitive fares here. And even the viability of the Aspen Airport, at some level, I believe, affects the fares at the Eagle Airport. And regionally, how many choices do we have for flights or times? I've been doing a lot more traveling than I might usually because of the National Association of Counties, and I'm going up to Boise, Idaho, and I'm driving to Denver to take that flight out because there really wasn't a flight that would get me there in time for the opening stuff from our airport. And that's okay, that happens every now and then, but I think that it's important to bear in mind that it's about the service levels. It's about, do we have a choice of one carrier or three carriers, and how well they adapt to our market needs. The things that I would like to point out, or I was thinking about the Frontier example, when Frontier Airlines pulled out of our airport because they only had 4 of the CJs. They were maintaining them just for our airport. It was a profitable route for them. It worked well in their network, but it just wasn't worth it to try to maintain the mechanics and the parts and the pieces for 4 airplanes that didn't fit into their larger regional plans, their larger models. I'd love to have a Frontier back here again. And it was great to be able to go direct from Aspen to Portland and things like that for business travel. So I don't want to be in that example in the future as that is the only one we can service. And we won't be able to just turn on a dime because, ooh, the market really did change for us. And I was sitting here thinking about transportation and those problems and congestion that we have and have all dealt with for so long. And it was 1993, after maybe 2 years of meetings, that we got to the place of having a half penny and passing that. And then it was about 96, we started the efforts towards a regional transportation authority. And there was 2 years put into that, and then it was a false start, and we had to start it up again in 98, and that finally passed in 2000. And then the planning began for BRT. And the implementation of BRT was, what, 2013, 2014, opening, ribbon cutting. And so that went from the year 1993 to 2013 to get this one thing accomplished, to try a major thing, an important thing, but to try to solve one of our problems, congestion. And so I just can't sit back and not move this forward now, even though I have some of the same concerns that others do about size and noise and going forward. At some level, we have a community choice that would say, hey, let's just keep older, smaller, noisier general aviation and stay at the 95-foot no matter what. And if commercial airline services suffer in the future, so be it. That we'll have connecting flights out of Denver. We'll probably have some commuter service with turboprops, but that's our trade-off choice. We can go here or we can go here. And I'm more interested, as I said, in the competitiveness. And I think that the physical layout of this plan is what we submitted before. We're just seeing a changing and prioritization of the funding models, and that is because of the changes of how the FAA gets its money. And it's subject to federal appropriations and sequester, and so we've seen the passenger facility charge kept artificially low for a long time by lobbying influence, and at the same time we've seen ticket decoupling of services in such a way that what used to be a $450, $500 ticket, and it would be fully taxed, and you got your seat and your luggage and your Coca-Cola all included. Now it's a $375 ticket, and you pay $50 extra in untaxable baggage fees and $50 extra for this and that and the next thing. And so it's really shortchanged all of our aviation system. It's shortchanged all those items. I'm really glad that the pilot shortage issue was brought up. There are some real challenges there, and Club 20 has taken that up in terms of trying to, the hours, training hours required for a pilot have been up tremendously. I can't remember if it was from 400 to 800 or 800 to 1600 for these pilots, and there's a real shortage, and small airports are suffering from that tremendously. I do not know what we can or cannot get out of the EA at the end of the day, but I think that it is important to try to stress these issues of the noise and the safety and the uniqueness of the airport, so that perhaps a conclusion or recommendation out of the EA would be regarding some of the larger planes. That I don't know if there could be a modification or restriction based on noise or things like that. It might be, shooting for the moon. But if the EA fully takes into account and makes very clear the terrain challenges, the capacity challenges, safety, and the noise issues in a mountainous terrain, perhaps we'll get some sort of leeway or guidelines that we can implement, and I'd like to hope for that. Phil's point was, hey, try to negotiate with the FAA. Well, let's make the EA the best document we can for negotiating with the EA, with the FAA. And so I'm going to move this forward. I think those are all of my major comments. The public scoping, please, everyone be involved. Everyone out there who has a concept, a concern, a different plan, a new location, this is the place to get it out there, and we all can get our questions answered. And it's time to do that. So thank you for your work on it, John. I will be voting yes to move this forward.
I could reiterate everything that's been said, but we've said it a few times now. I do think that moving this forward is important. We need to start the process. We need to address the issues that we've discussed here. The EA will provide that opportunity for the public to be extremely involved, and we count on our public in this community for their involvement. We try and accommodate it as much as possible, and we will continue to do that. This is extremely important to the community for a variety of reasons, which have been said here. My concern has always been that we would be too late in getting into that lineup for funding for the runway expansion, that we need to accommodate this middle level jet that is coming online, and we cannot survive a community that doesn't have adequate commercial air service. We just cannot. I mean, it would be devastating to all factors of people who live here and use the airport for their business opportunities, let alone the business opportunities that come in with people and our visitors and our guests. I think it's critical. I think we really need to move it forward, and I count on the community for being involved. And they're always free to call any member of this board for questions and information that's needed. We are here and available, especially during this process. And thank you all for presenting this again today.
Michael? So I'm glad yesterday we decided to have an abbreviated presentation.
I don't think that was your request, actually.
It wasn't mine. In retrospect, my God. So I just wanted to thank the staff for being disciplined about their presentation, and that it was clear and precise. And going forward, I hope we stick to that precision and that clarity and that discipline. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Would you like a motion, Steve?
I
or
have
comment
I have
first?
one comment too. My dad used to work for Continental Airlines, and I grew up real close to Stapleton Airfield in Denver. And I flew on DC-3s and DC-4s, and the first 707, Boeing 707 that Continental got. And more recently, I also got to fly on all the little planes that flew out of Aspen to Denver, the Rocky Mountain Airways, where you're sitting in there basically in the cockpit with a pilot flying over to Denver. Then last fall I got to fly on a regional jet from Denver to Lafayette, Louisiana. And I think it was an Embraer, if I remember right, one of the ones on our list. But one flight a day down there, and the plane was full. People wanting to go from Denver to Lafayette, Louisiana for whatever reason. So I could see the value of having these regional jets going from point A to point B in a plane that was very comfortable. It was much smaller than a 737 or anything, but it, you know, it fit that niche for going from point A to point B. And that's really the choice we have to make. Do we want to go back to those, you know, the smaller planes flying from here to Denver and always having to make a connecting flight? Or do we want to have the convenience of people being able to fly on a regional jet and not have to go through another hub airport somewhere to do the connection? And I think the people who fly on the planes right now, they like doing the direct flights wherever possible. It means less time in an airport, and they can get off, you know, get on the plane in, I think it was Orange County. I rode with a guy on a chairlift one time. He had left LA that morning out of the Orange County airport, landed in Aspen, and he was skiing in less time than it would have taken him to go to the nearest ski area in California. So our tourists are demanding this, they're using it, they will use it, and it's really our choice. If we voted this down today, we could go back to an earlier era, or we can move forward to this new, basically that's our choice. We're going to go to a plane that's a little bit wider wingspan, but it's quieter, it uses less fuel, it carries more people and is a lot more convenient. And I think, to me, the choice is clear. We need to move forward and not move back. So I also totally support taking this step now.
Okay, go, Rachel.
Yeah, here we go. I move to approve a resolution approving the 2015 Aspen-Pickens County Airport Layout Plan Final Report and authorizing submission of the document to the Federal Aviation Administration for review and conditional approval.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve this resolution, moving the ALP forward. Is there any further discussion?
Just our thanks again.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Go forward and
Thank you.
okay, let's take a 15-minute break, and we don't have our, we might want to get back to the Board of County Commissioners meeting on September 9th.
The hard drive just failed.
Next on our agenda is land use public hearings. Land use public hearings, we have a code amendment on tree removal, second reading. It was requested to continue this to November 4th, 2015. I'd entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved?
Second?
Any discussion?
It's a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak about the tree removal code amendment? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing for the day. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next, land use actions. We have
Where's
Aspen
Glenn?
Valley Ranch minor amendment.
She's got all
Suzanne.
this stuff.
So there are two pieces to this, and since Glenn seems to be on his way over, should we go ahead and talk about the trail?
Sure.
Since that's not really Glenn's issue, Glenn jumps in more on the other issues. So the two issues in front of you today are a request to extend the deadline for completion of the public trail, and to address an issue that's arisen related to ridgeline breaking of some of the buildings on the property. So we'll put that one aside until Glenn shows up. We'll talk about the trail first. There have been various actions taken with regard to having a public trail through the property. The original one dates back to the 2005 approval when we got an easement. Then there have been various agreements to amend that easement over time. The most recent approval in 2014 agreed to or approved a modification to the trail agreement and included a condition requiring construction of the trail to be completed by October 1st of 2015. The applicant has been working with the county attorney over a period of time now to finalize all of the language related to the trail easement. That has been done and submitted to the county, signed and submitted to the county for final acceptance by the BOCC. The trail work can go forward. The county attorney has said that the trail work could go forward while that easement is being accepted. And the applicant thinks that they might be able to make that October 1st deadline, but was looking for a little leeway in case they aren't. Basically, once the contractor's on site, it'll take about 2 weeks to machine build the trail. And along with that, they'll be doing the wildlife enhancement on the hillside and addressing the other pieces that go along with that project. But they wanted some, just in case, something came up that delayed that, they were asking for some additional time. They had asked for an extension until July 1st of 2016. When I was looking at it, there are wildlife restrictions on this property. The trail would close on the 1st of December, so I thought maybe more appropriate to give it an extension till November 30th, that hopefully the trail would be completed this fall. And then once that wildlife closure is, runs through, I think, April 30th, then the trail is available for use by the public starting next spring, rather than potentially delaying the construction into the spring. Anyway, so that was our recommendation on that piece, was to grant the extension just in case they don't hit that deadline, but still try and get the trail built this fall.
George?
So has this been delayed or procrastinated because of having to deal with easements? Getting some easements, documents?
Right, the easement language itself, as it relates not to alignment, but to use.
And I guess I'm curious why that has taken so long, knowing that way back when we had the October date set, which was, I don't know, when did we do that? A year ago? Or?
Wow.
It's about probably about a year since.
So a year ago, so knowing that they had an October 1st deadline to have a trail completed by, and we had some criteria that they had to meet, otherwise they wouldn't get a CO. So again, I'm just curious why it's taken so long to get this done. It's just the world of the legal world, or?
No?
Nope. No answer? No.
It just took a long time.
I can't tell you why it took so long. There's a lot of dialogue back and forth. I imagine a lot of decision points for the property owner. I don't know.
So in effect, even if we extend this to the end of November, basically, trail would not be in use for the public this fall, but the public can still access up the canyon through the driveway. That was part of the agreement. The driveway has always been
The other
open.
easement also had a wildlife closure, but right, whatever easement is in effect today remains in effect until the new.
I'll let George finish.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, given all the work that the applicant has done, and all the work that's being done out on the ranch, I'm assuming it's not a cash flow issue. It's just getting someone out there to do the work and get it done.
I guess at this point, it's probably more appropriate for.
Yeah, Glenn, do you have, can you enlighten us on
Yeah,
that?
my name's Glenn Horn, and I represent the owner of the ranch, and Brooke Peterson is here as well. And the process has been ongoing. It's not like no one was working on it and developing a plan for the trail, working with open space and trails, and working out the easement agreement with the county staff. So it's been an ongoing process, and right now the situation is that there is agreement on the easement. The lenders agreed to it. They selected a contractor who's ready to go. He's the same contractor who's worked on the trails on the other recently constructed trails on the Skyline Ranch. And Gary Tenenbaum has approved the plan. And he told me today that there will be some field design done based upon that plan, which is typical. It'll take a couple weeks, maybe 3 at the most, to build the trail. And we're just pressing to get it done by October 1st, but it may not be done. So we're just wanted to ask at this point for some extra time, just in case it isn't completed by that date.
I have the same, well, I have concern. I know that there's been back and forth for many years on this trail, the specifics of the easement, the use, etc. I'm really hoping that it can be available to the public next year. Before November. So I see now I understand because of the wildlife closure, the reason to probably extend it into July, and if we're going to July, but it would be great if it's done sooner than later because of all the years we've had to wait.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think maybe George was getting at this diplomatically, that because the terms of the easement have been so difficult for the property owners to actually agree to the type of public access that we all thought we had negotiated for with the last approvals, that the trail construction has been put off until just recently. And John had to come to us in executive session to say, they're not willing to do this, they don't want to do this, and it was like, wait a second, we thought we had a trail that the public could use and enjoy. We made concessions, we allowed a change to the master plan, significant changes, and the trail, has just lingered as a behind the scenes. And this is coming to us now because the certificate of occupancy on the houses will not be issued until the trail is completed based on the prior approvals. And so this is kind of coming in, I don't know how to best describe it, Glenn, but to say, hey, we really want to be able to finish and get our certificate of occupancies this fall. Your trail may or may not be finished this fall. That is the perception that I get from looking at this memo and the timelines and how long it has taken to happen. I don't even know what was the last time John checked in with us on the terms. Was it June maybe or July to say, they're just not coming to agreement with us on what we thought were those terms. And so, I'm not willing to, there's no big punishment here, but I just don't want it to be like, well, we backed into this by mistake. I think it was because there were concerns about the terms of use of the public actually continuing to use that trail. And, you know, I guess allowing it to go to November 1st, if we've reached full agreement on the terms of the easement and those have been signed off, I can support that. I could allow the construction and the deadline to go to November, 25th, respecting the winter closure. But I don't want to be in a situation where it's not open next spring and it's not open next summer, and who knows what other type of delays we might see then. And I realize you're perhaps inheriting some of the angst that came through prior ownerships when this trail was closed and people couldn't use it and they're met with a guard with a gun. But there has been just a lingering and long-term frustration with this trail.
Can I do a point of clarification real quick? So you're saying extended to November 1st of this year? I was giving you a huge benefit and thinking it was of next year. I'm thinking
this fall.
Okay.
We have no problem with that at all.
Okay, well, the original request came in for July 31st.
Yeah.
July 1st.
And there's no problem with the condition that's suggested by the staff. And Brooke has some comments as well when you want to take his comment.
My feeling is the November 30th deadline is 2 more months, and that should be, if it only takes 3 weeks to do, if there needs to be any revegetation work, seeding or anything, it would be better to do that in the fall, I would think, so stuff could be coming up in the spring. And I'd rather have all the work done by November 30th. Then next summer, the trail's ready to go, would have time to kind of harden up, because it takes a trail a little bit of time to get, to have everything congeal and be ready for a bunch of traffic anyhow. And the winter weather would do that to a trail. So that would be my preference to, I'm willing to extend it for 2 month more period, but I don't want to extend it till next summer. Brooke, did you have anything you wanted to say?
For the record, Brooke Peterson, I'm the manager of Aspen Valley Ranch AH LLC, which owns the property and been intimately involved with the trail discussion since we started. Let me just correct one misapprehension. We're not seeking any certificates of occupancy at the present time. They won't be sought until sometime at the earliest, perhaps the end of March of next year, for any of the facilities that I'm aware of. There may be one ranch building that will be done perhaps in November. I'm not exactly sure, but none of the homes will be looked at for occupancy until next spring. That being said, I'd also like to say, yes, there's been discussion about the language, but there's also been discussion about the process. We were under the belief up until about 30 days ago that the county had an additional process for the approval of the trail alignment that we didn't have any control over. John, about 30 days ago, to my knowledge, said, no, you guys, as soon as we get the easement done, you guys can get going on building. So we have lined up the contractor, and I was the one that suggested to Glenn, out of an abundance of caution, that we asked for the additional time, not because I didn't think we could get it done, but just because I didn't want to be back here again dealing with something else with respect to this ranch, since we're having the discussion about the ridgeline building issues. So I asked Glenn to ask for the extension. Perhaps we should not have asked for one into next year. There's been no inability on anybody's part to access the ranch that wanted to do this summer, in spite of our construction, and in spite of the fact that we have a huge construction zone going out there. As far as I know, anybody who's wanted to use the trail as it presently exists has been welcomed, and they have done so. It's now my understanding that Gary and the contractor and everybody's we're ready to go. We just need to get everybody on site, and we don't need any more approvals from either the Open Space Board or anybody else to get the trail done. We have an intense desire to get the trail done, whether or not you believe that we argue about the language, because we want to build the segment of the trail for the physically challenged that we think is a better solution than we had the lengthy discussions about last year when we were doing all this. And yeah, yes, we did want to make sure that we're all on board with the same process of how the physically challenged trail was going to be regulated. That had been and was the biggest dialogue, and that's not really clear in the approvals that you gave us last year. So that's what John and Dave Mylar and to some extent myself have been involved in, and it has taken some time, but it's all resolved. It's resolved now, and we do want to get the trail done. And as I said, it's out of my abundance of caution that I asked Glenn to seek an extension until next year. But the November 30th date is fine with us. We will have the trail done, and people will be on that trail next spring, just like we wanted to do. So there you go.
Right, next issue?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so moving on to the ridge line issue.
Okay. So, the issue that's come up relates to the buildings. Here, I'll start putting some stuff up on the board. I think they probably have an extensive graphic presentation for you. But I'll do the basic run through. But so Homestead 1 is when you first enter the property.
Do you want to slide, Rachel? Because I can slide this way.
No, I'll go over this one. There's more room.
This isn't the best, but just to give you a... So, here's Upper River Road and Aspen Valley Ranch Road as you come in. So this is right on the corner, and if you remember on our site visit, we stood kind of right there on the corner and walked a little ways down valley on Upper River Road, but unfortunately we didn't walk far enough because we had height poles up, but we missed a spot. So just to show you what these buildings are, this is the caretaker dwelling unit, this is the hay barn, and this is an equipment building for agricultural equipment. So as these buildings started to go up, right now the caretaker unit is framed in and with the roof. The hay barn, the framing is up and you start to see the framing of the roof. And the equipment barn has not gone up yet. But basically the applicant discovered that as those buildings started to go up, they driving down the road went, wait a minute, I can see this protruding above the skyline, which is our standard for ridgeline review. And so as they looked more closely at it, it was determined that a portion of the caretaker unit does break the ridgeline. The hay barn, when completed, has a piece that would break skyline. And the equipment barn, if built as originally proposed in the plans, would, but only a cupola, basically on the top of the roof. With that removed, it would not break ridgeline. So the applicant actually, at this point, has already submitted a change order to that building permit to just take that cupola off, which would drop the height of that building and eliminate any issue with that building. On the other two, with the hay barn, they've proposed to lower a portion of the roof where it does break the ridgeline. It won't take it away altogether in terms of the break of the ridgeline, but it will reduce it. They're trying to balance out lowering the height versus the capacity of the hay barn and how much reduction in capacity they would have. So I think they'll probably speak some more to that. And then the caretaker unit is one story. It's low. The roof lines are low. It's just there's that one spot on Upper River Road as you're traveling up valley where you catch a brief moment of the roof line. Again, I think they'll pull out these graphics, but just to show you quickly, the one spot where it's most noticeable. Let's see. This shows you the existing conditions. Zoom in a little bit more on that again. I don't know how visible that is for you all, but here's the caretaker unit. And that red, I don't know if it shows as red on there, but there's a red line drawing along the roof line. And over here is the hay barn, again, showing this area. But you'll see this big opening. So there's sort of a break in the vegetation along Upper River Road. Why, don't know. Basically everywhere else, it's very thickly vegetated with scrub oak. And so the applicant has looked at not only lowering the roof height on the hay barn, but looking at a landscaping solution to try and provide some screening. Landscaping and some berming. I don't know if you all remember, there was...
Suzanne?
Yeah.
On the photo you just showed us, is that with the lowered roof line, or that is
Actually,
as
this
the
was
plans are
existing
submitted?
conditions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the
So that
clarification.
doesn't show the lowered roof, is that correct?
No,
Glenn?
that's wrong.
That shows with the lowered roof on the hay barn?
Yeah, there's a lowered roof. You can see how it drops down on the east side there.
Oh, this little drop
Yeah,
here.
it's a 20-inch
Okay.
drop in the structure.
So that brings that down, and then actually, so, right, it's right here. The
And that's with vegetation.
This is, yeah. Again, not terribly easy to see here, but again, those red lines that were shown above, here's the caretaker unit, the line right here, and then here's the hay barn roof line. So once they add some vegetation into that gap. And I don't know if you all remember on the site visit, there's a source gas facility right on the property, right in the vicinity of these buildings. And there's a fairly ineffective berm, kind of just raw, a little bit of dirt piled up around it. So basically they plan to extend that landform, improve it, and add some landscaping that would extend down into that to kind of close the gap, basically. So basically the request is to allow for these modifications, some structural and some landscaping, basically to screen for these protrusions. I think we both acknowledge our guilt in not, not doing our job fully, which was, really going the full extent of that road. And unfortunately, it's not the first time I think we've run into that issue, and it's unfortunate, but at least we have caught it at this point and can look at what solutions there are. I do think basically they are minimal. It's a very short period, stretch of the road where you'd see it. It's only as you're traveling up valley. And the landscaping that's proposed is consistent. It's not like it's going to look like, oh, somebody dropped this in to block the view of the building behind there. I think it really does, will look consistent with what's there, and you won't realize that was the purpose behind it, was to try and hide those buildings behind there. So, so we've supported the request with all of the proposals the applicant has made.
So Suzanne, when you say consistent, so the plantings are going to be juniper and pinyon, is that what we're talking about?
Yep, that's what they're looking at. They've looked to try and be consistent with what's there. There's, the landscaping as you get farther in. I think when you look at the full landscape plan, closer to the buildings, there are other plantings, but more along that embankment would be more specific to what's there already.
Yeah.
So.
Let me ask, what are the roof material colors going to be? Not
Rusted metal.
rusted metal, so that will be non-glaring, of course, but also kind of nondescript. As I've looked at this, it does seem to be an oversight, an accident, by our staff as much as by you, the applicants, and I appreciate you catching this and bringing it to our attention. It really could have been after the fact, and a neighbor complaint and a check through, and then find the error, and then it wouldn't be a lot harder to do any redesign. It's not a severe redesign. I don't think it's going to impact the functionality of the hay barn. And you probably can't go much further before you get one of the squat-looking buildings that will not be attractive and not look like a hay barn. And so I'm willing to support the remedy that we have in here. I think there should be some assurance that we can look back at the vegetation after a couple of years and see if it's really taking, and does it need to be augmented in any way.
George?
So will the vegetation, as it matures, will it actually then block off the ridge line from view?
You mean besides the buildings, it'll grow high
Well,
enough?
another way to approach this is let's say the building's conformed and they didn't break the ridge line, and then the applicant wanted to come in and close that gap. And in essence, they're blocking a public view of that ridge and that peak. I think when you're going down Highway 82, past getting to Carbondale, and you try to get by the Bailey property, where he's completely blocked off the view of Mount Silvers. So
I understand. I mean, I think in this case, it is a very limited view plane. I mean, I think what you're catching, again, it's a pretty steep embankment there. So mostly people are seeing the steep embankment. That, you know, you have to be thinking about it, I think, to see beyond that to the you know, to the tip of the peak beyond and what you're catching. And, you know, again, you're not seeing it through the rest of the extent. Mostly I think visually what you're taking is the embankment. So right, a few people might lift their heads and notice that there's something beyond that, but I think for the most part, not so much. So I don't think it's as clearly not that, you know, to that kind of extent of an effect on the view plane.
Steve?
No.
Yeah, I just have to add that in time, Mother Nature would probably fill in with that natural vegetation anywhere along there, but I'd rather see it enhanced now to block the structures, and I'm in support of moving this forward.
Suzanne, is there any supplemental irrigation proposed for helping the landscaping getting going? We've had that as an issue on another property, so that's fresh in my mind. Glenn?
Just to respond to that question, all of the flood irrigation on the entire property is being replaced with sprinklered irrigation, you know, at significant cost. Plus, they're expanding the irrigated pasture into an area that was never pasture before. So that system will be modified to ensure that this plant material, along with all the other plant material, will survive. But we also do anticipate an increase in the hay production on the property, which is one of the reasons why we want the hay barn to be functional.
Thanks, Glenn.
I'm totally sympathetic with, there've been too many hay barns where they were doing the small bales. The bale wagon wouldn't be able to even go up properly to unload bales in there. So I'm really aware of that issue. I'd be concerned with making sure there's a mix of more than one species, just in case. Like if, for instance, all pinyon pine were put in, pine beetle can attack them, and we might, all the trees could die. But if there's a mix of scrub oak, pinyon, and juniper, that'd be 3 different species, and would be more resilient, just in case there is, in the future, if there is any sort of an infestation or something.
Would you like a motion? Is the board ready for a motion?
I guess you can make a motion.
Make a motion to approve the Aspen Valley Ranch minor amendment to development permit for Homestead 1, an extension of trail construction deadline. Deadline to November 30th, 2015.
Second.
Okay, it's moved in. Michael?
So how do we face the issue of plantings and survivability of plantings? And have we learned something about that? What do we do?
Well,
especially in that neighborhood?
Somewhat. What we've learned is when we do a scenic review, which this is really like a scenic review, and in the old days when we'd have a Red Mountain house that we wanted to do a scenic review, and we would require a specified landscape plan, we'd have that recorded. And that's what we look to for forever. for the future. And if somehow we would go by in 5 years and notice that, oh my gosh, they cut down all of those trees that we had required as part of the approval, then we would take efforts to get remediation done.
So, I mean, my greatest concern would be not anybody cutting it down, but that it would survive at all. And
Same
survive
thing,
in
we would keep checking, we would look.
Really?
Well, something like this that comes to you that we're very aware of, yeah.
So, did you understand that to be included in your motion?
Well, I think that I saw them writing down a condition when George brought that up, that George was saying a specific review in 3 years. Did you add that in?
No,
No, you didn't? I saw you both scribbled.
We didn't say as amended on the motion.
Yeah.
I asked, would you make sure it takes and be revegetated if it didn't? But, so I would consider it to be a representation on the record, although it really was just a head nod as opposed to a formal, we will commit to that.
Sure, it's no problem to look at this in 3 years to see whether the vegetation is still alive and doing well. And if it needs to be remediated at that time, that's agreeable to the applicant.
Okay, and so we'll make it that a condition, would you modify
Yeah,
your motion to include that? And
Is that what you're looking for, Michael?
So, yeah, to some degree, I think.
I modified my motion to include that as a
To a
condition.
greater degree, I think what we need is vegetation to be in place for the life of the buildings.
the life of the approvals or something.
The buildings themselves, that's why they're there in the first place, because we can see the building. So if the buildings last 50 years, there still should be vegetation. That's all I'm suggesting, because we've learned that if you just, it's easy to make requirements, it's harder to make sort of reality.
So I'll amend my motion to include that statement, that the vegetation remain in place, additional vegetation, remain in place for the life of the building.
Okay, and that's acceptable.
Acceptable to you, Rachel?
Yes, I've got another question. What happens if, for whatever reason, the trail's not completed by November 30th? What sort of repercussions? If we just say, oh, well, sorry, you know, it's been snowing for the last 3 weeks, and we haven't, it's been raining, we haven't been able to get it done. We just have to accept that?
They'll have to come back and ask for an
Could affect
extension.
the certificate of occupancy on any buildings, whether it's November or March, that they're trying to pursue, and then they would probably come back in and ask for some consideration.
They have a deadline, they don't meet it, they come back for an extension and a discussion.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that, so.
But you said how much you missed coming in to see us.
I think the fact that you're hiring a company that has experience in building trails in a real timely manner in this valley is good. We're not bringing in somebody from somewhere else who doesn't understand the issues involved, so I think you shouldn't have any trouble. Brooke?
I just think, again, I'd like to reemphasize that for us, the biggest thing that we would like to do is get you to accept our version of the physically challenged trail, which we think is going to be better when it's built and when you get to see it. And for us, that is as big an issue with respect to the real estate as the certificates of occupancy are. So we are very incentivized over and above any penalties that you might impose to get this done and get it done in a fashion that you guys are approved. We're trying to be out there on the ranch. We're trying to be proactive in meeting our requirements. If we have an issue, bringing it to staff so that we can get it dealt with sooner rather than later. I do not want to be in a position on that ranch, as visible as it is, to have an issue with the county, with the Board of County Commissioners. Yes, we've had discussions about the language and discussions about the requirements, but overall, we intend to be out there a long time, and we know you guys are going to be here, so we need to be good neighbors for everybody. So, there you go.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this application with the amendments noted. Any further discussion? Michael?
Well, I'm unsure about what the, so Patty made a motion about the planting, but have we made a motion about the
The
trail?
amendment to that?
Have we made a motion about the deadline?
The deadline
All
is
in
included
one.
in the resolution.
November 30th.
So you cited the
November 30th.
resolution, and it's November 30th?
2015.
2015. So
I
all,
cited
this is,
that.
one motion will take care of all the
Yep.
issues. Okay.
Yep.
I just was confused, thank you.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks,
Okay.
Glenn.
Thanks a lot. Hope we're not back here.
All right.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Thanks, everybody.
No, Mikey?
Next, we have Hemming forwarding of urban area GMQS scoring. And
Yes,
Lance,
I'll
are
do
you
this.
taking that?
I will. This is one of those no action items, and you don't get them very often because, as you know, we don't do growth management scoring very often, either in the urban area or the rural area, primarily because of TDRs. TDRs have been the predominant way that people gain growth management exemptions for new floor area. But we did have this fall an application for 221 square feet to be added to one of the units at the Chamonix. You remember the Chamonix went through a very rigorous rezoning and a planned unit development approval with you. And in that planned unit development approval, it stated for every unit what the total floor area could be and what was going to be growth management exempt and what was not, and talked about decks and talked about subgrade space, et cetera, et cetera. But there were 2 units with garages, and it was very clear in that planned unit development guide that those 2 units with garages could convert the garages to habitable space, but they would have to go through growth management or purchase TDRs. And obviously, since 221 square feet didn't seem to this applicant like a rational purchase of a TDR objective, given the cost of a TDR, they went through the growth management competition, and they did achieve a positive threshold score. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did award them 221 square feet for converting 1/2 of a 2-car garage to habitable space, and the other half would stay a garage. And the growth management code section requires that when the Planning and Zoning Commission does award any floor area, that come to you simply so that you and the public both know in case anyone wants to object. We get it to you in a timely fashion in case someone wants to file an objection. And then there will be an official come back to the board to actually allocate the 221 square feet, and that's where you do take action. This is just to notify you.
Public notice.
Okay, George?
Do we know what the space is going to be used for?
Yeah, they're going to essentially have a bedroom.
So, do they have, what are the requirements for a bedroom? You have to have emergency access, a door, window?
You have to have egress.
Egress.
It can be a window well, it can be a door. It's not, there are
You have to have 2 forms of egress, so
2,
you have to have an entry and an exit.
and part of that can be from the house. It will be connected to the main house.
Okay.
Thanks, Lance.
And no action needed. Okay. Can I ask one question? What is the total amount of FAR available in that GMQS competition?
I believe in the urban area, it's 10,000 square feet.
Okay. You know, I think that's one of the types of issues we've kind of asked again and again from P&Z to take a look at. Is that cap too high? to actually create competition for using TDRs.
And they are right now. This
Yeah, we
fall,
moved that
This
forward.
fall,
Look at
the
that.
Planning and Zoning Commission is looking at that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lance. Final item on our agenda is open discussion, and we have discussion about our comments on the Colorado water plan.
Just so you know, I already wrote them down on the letter that John gave us. Mine were simple, just keeping the terminology of the Colorado water plan the same, abbreviations referenced throughout the letter as it was in the Garfield County Reso. It was simple cleanup. I already gave it to John.
Rachel?
Yeah, I have a few points to add. I think it's really well written, and
Good
it
job.
has a strong tone of Pitkin County in it, which I like. The comments are fairly small, but I think we need to have something in here where we continue to support the high conservation values for all of Colorado as a plan. And Colorado River Basin has taken high conservation values as a goal. The rest of the Front Range has not.
Just add a
They're
statement.
low to moderate. And so I know you know all the good arguments you can make in a paragraph about that, John. It's the most effective, cost-effective method. It's the smart way to grow in the future with all the uncertainty. And, you know, actually, I think it's something people in the West who are moving to the West should understand and expect that they're in a water-poor area. The paragraph, third paragraph on the second page is about the kind of things such as Grizzly Reservoir.
I put an exclamation point there.
Maintenance there and things like that. I think we should be a little clear that we believe this needs to be a new chapter or section within the plan addressing existing Trans Mountain diversions, so that it has its own kind of title and it's not melded in with too much else, and that we want to encourage greater communication, collaboration, you know, as you have said, to avoid any detrimental impacts. I think we could use an example such as the Grizzly Reservoir release, you know, the recent unanticipated, unplanned Grizzly Reservoir release, and just let them know that comes from something real. So I would just bump that up a little bit and make the request that they really have a new section. The paragraph directly above that on Principle 3 of the 7 points, these triggers must include a requirement that operation of any new Trans Mountain diversion shall not exacerbate or to any degree the risk of compact containment, and at that point we need to say something, or new endangered fish. You know, if they're taking so much more out at the main stem that it affects the endangered fish flows in the 15-mile reach, that we then have an impact and have to satisfy with water that, hey, we might have been putting to use or doing something else with it, but now we're all being turned off.
So you're saying it doesn't only affect the compact agreement, it also affects the
endangered fish.
species.
So I think that's some way to work that in there. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth paragraph down relates a little bit to the importance and necessity of local jurisdiction review of water development projects through 1041 authority. I just think that we should have a declarative sentence at the end of that, that we do not believe there should be any legislative changes to local 1041 or jurisdictional powers, and just kind of sum it up.
You can expand them.
Yeah, we could expand them too, but at the
Except
very
for-
least, we
except for
should
expansion in our
make a
favor.
declarative statement that that's what we mean by that. No legislative efforts should be supported or, you know, cottoned to by this plan to modify or change those powers. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the fourth paragraph, it's just a very small.
On the first page?
Yeah, first page, fourth paragraph. The final sentence is, this potential future would surely see economic stagnation and the loss of economic vitality on the west slope, accompanied by restrictions on our growth and development, the sacrifice of our riparian environments, and our ability to prosper. I think just work the word tourism economy into that. You know, and it's our long-term ability to prospect. Let me just think, I'm sorry, thank you for letting me take the time here. The largest concern that I have heard about within the 7 points that I think has a lot of validity of the accepting water only in very wet years, and we'll construct it, we'll take the hydrologic risk, is this loophole that West Slope senior rights could be purchased to then fill that new reservoir Trans Mountain Diversion. And there's no prohibition against that. And I tend to feel that once you've made that sort of investment, you're going to want to deliver water every year. You're going to want something to sell to pay the bonds. And the purchase of Orchard Mesa and the fruit farms and the senior rights on the West Slope become the immediate target. And so I think we need to address that that is a shortfall in the 7-point planning, is there really is no assurance that new Trans Mountain diversions would be satisfied with wet year only and new water rights, as opposed to purchasing older, senior, established agricultural water rights in the West Slope.
And transferring
And that there should, I've suggested before things such as there should be either a local ownership within those new facilities, so you'd have a veto power, or that there should be a memorandum of understanding that cannot be broken related to what waters can fill those new reservoirs. That would be one possible route to go. But to just leave that wide open of, well, once it's built, we'll see how they choose to operate it and choose how to fill it. And the Colorado water law would allow them to do so, to buy and fill that. So that is a small hole, and it's actually something I had pointed out to the governor when I saw him at Club 20. And the very last kind of item is that simply I'd made a commitment that Picken County would send the language related to maintenance and operations and reservoirs of existing facilities to Jim Procrant, so that he can potentially include those with the 1177. So as soon as you've kind of worked on that section.
Just that paragraph.
Just that paragraph. I mean, if you wanted to send him our comments, but I think they're going to be very similar or more River District comments, which you're familiar with. But I did make a commitment we would send him that potential language so we all can discuss it on Monday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, board, for laying me that. And if you'd like to send these comments to QQ and let them know what we're sending, because they just sent out their stuff today, which I believe I forwarded to you, of their comments. So we have as much unity in the choir as possible.
I have some personal feelings about the Colorado Water Plan. I don't know that we want to have them be part of Picken County's comments, because I'm planning on sending them in myself. But one, there's several big picture items that I think should be included in the Colorado Water Plan. One would be that there's really an extreme need for in-stream storage on the South Platte, somewhere downstream to catch. In 3 years they've had 2 major flood events, and that water has just left the state because there's no way to catch it aside from the far upstream reservoirs, which in that case were not in the area that was getting all of the rainfall. So I think that before they divert one more drop of water from the West Slope, and even in an IPP, they need to be building a downstream or midstream kind of reservoir on the South Platte.
But that's for your personal comments? Because I think that's a
well,
larger...
I'm putting that in my personal comments.
Yeah, I think that's a larger discussion if
we're
we're going to add that into ours. I have concerns about, throwing that impact over there and telling them they need to dam their river and put in the expense of a reservoir. Not that I don't think
they're pretty supportive of that already.
Yeah. Well,
the second item would be involving participation of Colorado with other states in building things like desalination plants in California or something, that Colorado could conceivably participate financially in a plant in southern California in exchange for them reducing their amount of water from the Colorado River.
There's been discussion.
And that's,
Bigger
I
discussion.
think that should be in the Colorado Water Plan to kind of enable that to be. So that's really a big picture item, and it's not.
Well, desal is certainly, I think, on the list. It's and probably one of the biggest topics in California, at least what I've heard. But the obligation is triggered by an amount of water delivered to Lee's Ferry, independent of how judicious the use of that water would be by the CAP or Southern California or Vegas or anywhere else. So do you want to try to fold that into?
Well, I don't know that we want to put it in our Picken County comments. But to me,
okay.
It's like, this is what I'm going to be putting in my personal comments.
These are just his personal comments.
Whether we want
I think it's a
want to
broader
have it in the Picken County. Now, the third big item is that I don't think that the Colorado Water Plan adequately addresses recharging the major aquifers, aside from maybe the Denver aquifer, but the Ogallala aquifer is mentioned a little bit, but I think that's going to be, if we can't get water out of there anymore, that's going to have as huge of an impact as the things on the Colorado Basin.
That's the one, the San Luis Valley?
No, that's the whole Denver
No,
formation.
eastern, far eastern Colorado. and
What's the one in the San Luis Valley, the aquifer that's there?
It's a real, I don't know the name of that.
Would be, yeah, but in any of the aquifers, I think the recharge of them, and it's sort of like the groundwater is detached from surface water and to a large extent in the Colorado Water Plan, and the groundwater is largely neglected. I think it should have a bigger, more attention addressed to that. So those are like three big items to me that are important.
So I'm confused. So do we want to?
Those are his comments.
We don't want to include them.
Well, I don't think that we need to, unless the rest of the board wanted to include those items.
I think it would require more discussion, because we've talked about these comments for a while now and seen them, and it's kind of be starting over. I don't know what our time frame is to start over.
We have until the 17th.
I would be a little concerned because of the recharge one saying, okay, that's a great reason to have more trans-mountain diversion because now we need to solve the Ogallala problem. And that is drained by other states as well.
Well, my thought is the South Platte Reservoir downstream, the water from that would be pumped and re-injected into the Ogallala.
It's just me, I don't know that we want to include components we support. Off-channel storage is definitely a priority of the South Platte for their existing flows. And, the point of making that, utilizing your existing flows to the capacity by managing them better on the South Platte, I think is a reasonable one to include as well. But that's up to the rest of the board as well. I know there's agreement on that by many parties, and we'd just be reiterating, East Slope, take care of your East Slope water better.
I was comfortable with the comments that we had, because I read them at length, and I really appreciate the attachment of the Garfield County reso. That was helpful.
And that's, we can support passing that as well. Do we need an affirmative of that as well?
Well, if it's all right with the board, I'd like just a simple motion will do it. Without will authorize executing the resolution. We put it into our own standard format, and we can have that available to then join with other jurisdictions. And as far as the letter goes, just a separate motion to issue it with the changes that have been asked for, and so we can fire that out.
I would make a motion to authorize John to put the Garfield County resolution in a form that's similar to ours, and to approve it and to forward it on as part of our comments to the water plan, and to approve and send the letter with
the
the
change.
draft as the changes we have generally outlined at this meeting. I'd like to say including the Southwest plat and then leaving the other two items that Steve has brought up to the side. It's just one small change.
Go there.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
On the Garfield County letter, that's one, they wrote that, other counties have already endorsed it and signed on, so we would just be endorsing it, the wording, not changing any of the wording, just endorsing.
No, just put it in
putting
our
it into our
format.
own format.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, when you said changing the format, then I wasn't sure.
No, I mean,
You were meaning changing the wording.
no, not at all. It was just with our standard signature block, our standard title format and numbering sequence, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, because I think having solidarity amongst Western Slope counties is important on that. Probably, if we were writing that, if we were the ones to write it, it would have sounded different, but with the same principles put into it.
Well, and they modified it with comments at that meeting. It has been modified
is
from
well
when
done.
first presented.
Okay, it's been moved to, let's see, moved
To
and
authorize, yeah.
seconded.
both
To
of these.
authorize the changes to our letter to the CWCB and then to
Move forward the resolution as per the Garfield County
the
resolution.
Garfield County resolution.
And I seconded that.
Yep. Any further comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
And it is 4:30, which is perfect.
Rachel?
I don't know, John, did you have any open discussion? This is going to take 2 seconds. I just wanted to let everyone know that on September 24th, Thursday, will be a screening of a movie called The Great Divide. It is about the water issues in the West and the Colorado system. And it's free at the Crystal Theater in Carbondale, 5:30 p.m. I do think we made a contribution to this film's production from the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board. They attended a number of Colorado Foundation for Water Education water tours that I was on. I have no idea what the content has come out to be, but it is a free screening and it's a great public information and education tool if anyone can go to it or anyone in the public. It's really great at the Crystal Theater to be screening that.
I saw it about a week ago or so on PBS.
I saw it on PBS too, it was great.
Really, I haven't seen it yet.
It was great, I saw it too.
Great history and
Yeah.
It was
done.
very well
I'd love
done.
to be able to see what we could do to bring it to the Wheeler Opera House or
Yeah,
something.
it was really,
when they
really
finish their
good.
remodel.
What was
They were remodeling and not able to
The Great
use it.
Divide.
The Great Divide.
What time is that,
It's
Rachel?
5:30 on Thursday, the 24th, at the Crystal Theater.
Same night as the wildfire thing in Shawna.
Same time, yeah. I saw
I know,
that.
there's a lot of.
You go to water, I'll go to fire.
Well, I'm gonna be going to San Fran, but.
Make a motion to adjourn?
I would make a motion to adjourn.
We need a second. George made the motion.
So Rachel seconded,
I'll
and I'll
second
say
it.
aye.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Perfect timing.